Good morning, Dr. Ahia.
No.
Oh, good morning. Just miss is fine.
Ms. Ahia? Okay. All right.
Are we on the record? You want to go on the record?
Yes, let's go on the record, please. Could we start with your name, as I have a Noelani Ahia?
Yes.
My legal name, my birth name is Jennifer, Jennifer, Noelani Ahia, but I do go by Noelani.
Right. Very good. And we're going to ask you to take an oath, and then the parties will start to ask you questions. So, Ms. Perry.
So, Ms. Ahia, can I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Oh.
Ms. Pana.
Yes. Okay. All right. Good. Dr. Chang, would it be, Mr. Chang, would it be possible to have Noelani on the screen? I don't see her. Whoever is running the meeting, can Noelani be put on the screen?
Yeah, she's on. So
You have to go to speaker view.
Okay. That's good. Okay, Noelani, the top of your head is being cut off in case, yeah, thanks.
Is that better?
Beautiful, thank you.
Sorry, I don't have a fancy office to sit in. I'm just on my couch in my
Okay.
living room.
So as we start,
desk.
as we start, would you mind going through your professional credentials?
Oh, sure.
And just your educational, anything that you would like to share about yourself so that we can get an idea of you. Yes.
Your professional background.
Okay, just an FYI, where I live, my internet is a little bit glitchy sometimes. So periodically I'll miss a few words and my screen will freeze. So if I don't respond, I'm just frozen. And as soon as I do, I'll just ask you to clarify whatever I miss. I'm sorry for that. I deal with it every day in school on Zoom and I'm missing, but it's just the internet that I have. So I'll do the best I can. So, okay, my professional, my degree is in Chinese medicine. I have a master's in science and traditional Oriental medicine, and I am a practitioner of Chinese medicine, which is a medicine that focuses on mind, body, spirit, also on ancestral connections and environmental effects and causes and effects of disease. And so the majority of the last 12 years of my life professionally have been working in the health profession and dealing with a lot of mental health. Because we're here in Hawaii, I treat a lot of patients with, I'm thinking of the English word, historical trauma, ancestral trauma, issues that come up as a result of settler colonialism and structures of oppression that affect us as Kanaka Maoli in our everyday life. I work with all ages from babies to kūpuna. I treat a lot of kūpuna. In fact, I spend quite a lot of my time with our elders.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very interesting. Would you mind speaking a little bit about settler colonialism, because that is part of your work?
Settler colonialism, as I understand it from the work of people like Patrick Wolf and Kehaulani Ko'anui and other scholars and scholar activists, is basically a framework for understanding colonialism not as an event, but as a structure that continues today. So the basic foundation of settler colonialism is that in order for the settler society to exist, to have life, it has to destroy the indigenous culture that predated it. And it can do that in a number of ways. It can do that through explicit genocide, through murder, introduction of diseases, things like that. And it can do it through a more implicit sort of manner of dispossessing indigenous people from their land, forced assimilation, forcing people to realign their values and their identity with the settler society. So for example, in First Nations, Turtle Island traditions, there was a very famous saying that was used by the white man for many years that said, kill the Indian, save the man. And the whole premise of that was that in order for the settler to succeed in this quote unquote discovered, which of course we know they can't discover because people already live there. In order for them to succeed in this realm, they had to find a way to destroy the native. And so the forced assimilation and the dispossession are two of the main ways that main ways that is done. And what that does is it causes a fracture in the psyche of indigenous people where we forget who we are. And I have a very personal connection to this because my father comes from that generation where there was so much American propaganda. He really didn't even know anything about our culture as Kanaka Maoli. It wasn't until years later when that information started to come through from kūpuna that our family was reconnected, or we remembered who we are as Kanaka Maoli. But that system of settler colonialism exists everywhere in our daily lives because it's a structure, not an event. And so that structure exists in our government systems, it exists in our education systems, it exists in how we construct houses. It exists in how archaeology is practiced. It exists in, for generations, children being given only English names and not Hawaiian names. And literally cutting that tie, that eve, back to our ancestry, our birthright, and our connection to who we are as indigenous people, to this land, to this Aina. And all the relationships and all of the history and mana that those things provide when we are connected and empowered. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Thank you. That was very good. So you have, would you consider yourself to have traditional practices?
I do.
And do you feel that your advocacy in the realm of where, let's see if I want to ask this question right. Do you feel that your involvement with the processes that ASH as an archaeological company is responsible for interfaces with you as a traditional practitioner?
Absolutely. You're asking how the work of ASH has impacted, interfaced with my traditional practices?
Thank you. I would like you to tell us about your relationship with ASH.
Okay.
And that's Archeological Services Hawaii.
Okay, that's kind of a big question. So I apologize if I go a little bit all over the place. You could redirect me if I go all over the place. But one of the things for indigenous people that even the what do you call it? The UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which the United States is a treaty partner to, by the way, it states that we have a right to interact with our traditional lands, with our traditional languages, with our traditional practice. That is our birthright as indigenous people, and it's been recognized by the United Nations in the UNDRIP document. So one of the things that happens when we're talking about the Puʻuone Sand Dunes is we're talking about this sand dune complex that stretches all the way from Waihe'e out to Ma'alaia. And it was an ecologically important physical structure in the Aina of this mokupuni. And it existed it took about 30,000 years to create these sand dunes, and they are ecologically important. But they're also incredibly culturally important because they are the home to countless iwi kūpuna, probably thousands upon thousands of iwi kūpuna, when you look at the entire context of the dune system that existed. And so because of this system of settler colonialism, you know, we have a government that allowed things like sand mining to happen and development to happen in the context of these culturally and ecologically significant dune systems. And, you know, where ash fits into that is that in order to do this work, at least from the period that the burial laws were created on. So before the period of the burial laws, it was kind of like the Wild West in the sand dunes, and there was an incredible amount of desecration that we will never know the extent of, because there was nobody recording anything, and our burials were being bulldozed. And on some accounts I've heard, our burials were incinerated. I'm sorry. Our burials were incinerated and treated so disrespectfully. But since we've had the burial laws, the desecration has continued. It's just that developers have found loopholes. And one of those loopholes is having archaeology firms that are willing to do compromising work to allow the developers to continue to build. So when I look at the work that ASH has done, because ASH is the primary company that has worked in the sand dunes, there have been a few others, but when I look at the reports that I've had access to, the majority of them are done by either ASH or Aki Sonoto, at least in the last 2 decades. And so, you know, I'm looking at report after report. In fact, right now I'm going through reports for phase 8 of Maulani because they're working to get a construction permit currently in real time right now. And there's already 72 burials on that parcel. And when I started looking at the archaeology work from 2000, I think it was 2006, there's an archaeological assessment for Maulani phase 8. And there were no burials found. It was done as an AIS. They found absolutely no burials. And then as soon as they started construction and monitoring, they found 72 burials. That's Maulani phase 8. And we have Maulani phase 6, which we're in litigation over. And that litigation is not complete, by the way. We've only completed the preliminary injunction.
Ms. Ahia,
yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. I told you
What in the preliminary injunction, was the purpose or the scope of the preliminary injunction to evaluate the work that ASH was doing?
I'm just going to repeat back to understand. Was the preliminary injunction, was the purpose to evaluate ASH's work? Is that what you're asking? No, the preliminary injunction was to evaluate the necessity of a new AIS. There was some information about ASH's work that came up in the context of that preliminary phase of the case. And remember, it's preliminary, and that case is still pending. The entire case hasn't been heard yet. But the very little amount that we did get from Ms. Hazuka's testimony on the one day that she testified, we found out that there were maybe 50 or so disarticulated iwi, which Ms. Hazuka keeps calling scatters, and we've asked nicely in the Burial Council not to refer to them that way. It's disrespectful. These disarticulated iwi, number one, there's no GPS points for them, so there's no record of where exactly they were initially found. So there's no way for an archaeologist going forward to go look and see what the larger context of those disarticulated iwi might be, whether or not they might be connected to other in situ burials or other archaeological context in that area. They were simply moved from the area. And you know, SHPD was complicit in that because they didn't fill out their forms either that they're supposed to. It's like they treat inadvertence. I hate that word, I'm sorry, but it's almost like discounting them, like they don't matter. You know, and it's not the iwi's fault that they got crushed by a bulldozer in a previous context from sand mining or whatever caused them to be disarticulated. Most likely is a man-made event, and you know, having those EV be considered less than, and not even, you know, not have sound archaeological work to even collect the data about where they were located when they were found, to me is appalling. And that is something that came out of the preliminary phase of Ahia versus DLNR.
I see. So were these disarticulated skeletal remains? And did you say there were some 50 of them?
Some 50. It's hard to actually know because the record keeping is so poor, but 50 was the number that was given in the court case.
See, and besides the poor recording of the placement and the I'm not sure. Can you tell me what was missing? What you thought was missing in the treatment of these disarticulated skeletal remains?
Okay, my computer froze for a second, so if I missed some, I believe you're asking me what was missing from the with the disarticulated EV. So there was missing GPS points that indicate where the location was that these EV kūpuna were located at. There were reports missing from SHPD. They gave a verbal okay to move them. They were moved without the community knowing. They were moved most likely by people who are unqualified to move EV kūpuna, although we don't have a record of who actually moved them because there's no report. So we don't know if it was done by Ms. Hazuka herself, by one of her employees, or by the cultural practitioner, Uncle Les, who in my opinion would be the only person in that scenario who should be touching EV kūpuna on that project.
Ms. Ahia, do you know if a determination was made about those disarticulated skeletal remains, if they are historical burials?
Auntie, I missed a section of what you said. Are you asking me if these are historical properties?
Was there a determination made that they are over 50 years old?
To be honest, all of the in situ burials were had a determination of being over 50 years. I don't recall, to tell you the truth, if that determination was even made for the disarticulated EV. I don't recall seeing that in the reports, but I could be, I'm not sure. I haven't seen those reports, if there are any reports, because as we know, a lot of times there are no reports.
How many reports have you found? Have you looked at?
I have only.
I'm just talking about you're speaking of phase 6 at this time, right? And if you'd like if you would like to speak about reports, if you would just tell us which place that you are speaking about.
The only monitoring report from ASH that I have ever seen is the 2018 interim report that was requested of her specifically by Barker Ferris of SHPD. He actually quit SHPD shortly after that, but he is the only one who requested her to turn in an interim report for phase 6. And that report indicated that there were close to 180 burials. Prior to that, the Burial Council had been asking for years. In fact, you can look at the Burial Council minutes going back to the mid-2000, like 2008, 9, 10, and the Burial Council members are asking how many burials, how many burials, how many burials in the context of the whole Maui-Lani district, but also specific to Maui-Lani Phase 6 Increment 4. And Ms. Hazuka was never able to provide an answer. And it wasn't until we got this report in 2018 at the request of Dr. Barker Ferris that we knew the extent of how many burials had been disturbed in Maui-Lani Phase 6 Increment 4. But as far as reports go for ASH, in the 2017 case, Mālama Kakanilua, I think it was versus Maui-Lani Partners, it was about Phase 9. Maui-Lani Phase 9, she was asked how many reports she had turned in from the Maui-Lani district since she's been working there, and her answer was 2. She had turned in 2 reports in the 2 decades almost that she's been working in those sand dunes. And so I came across, as I've been researching phase 8, let me see if I can find it, but I came across a letter that was written in 2003 from SHPD. Let me see if I can find it.
I can put it up. I have it in here, but I couldn't put it up because I have it in the computer.
I have, like, I literally swim in archaeological reports. And I have to tell you, this is not easy to read about our kūpuna desecration.
Excuse me, Miss Ahia.
Yeah.
And Mr. Horikawa, Officer Chang. This is one of the exhibits that I did not put up because of Mr. Horikawa's complaint, but as she speaks about it, just so that you know that it is part of our exhibit list.
Okay.
But because of the change in schedule too, I was not able to put it in the exhibit list this morning.
Oh, okay. Can you be specific about the identification of the exhibit, please?
Yes, I can read it or show you. This is
No,
from.
no. For purposes of our hearing, we're trying to keep tabs of documents by specific exhibit numbers. I just want to be able to track the exhibit. Ms. Apana, I'm understanding that
it will be in exhibit 15, correspondences from Claire Apana.
And that is something that you have not yet turned in?
I have not, because of Mr. Horikawa's complaint. I didn't know that it would be acceptable.
Okay, I have permitted multiple parties to share a screen. If you want to call it up, it might be helpful. You could call it up and share screen, or else you can send it to me, and I can put it up on the screen.
Okay, I would like that. Thank you.
We'll send it to you, Mr. Chang.
All right, I'll be on the lookout for it. While we're doing that, let me do a time check, and Jessica, I think we can go off record for this. We are approaching noon. I'm perfectly okay continuing. I don't think we'll be able to finish Dr. Ahia's testimony before we might want to take a lunch break.
Right.
So I invite your suggestions as to when you would like to take a break, and then
15 to maybe at 12. We'll go for another 15 minutes or so.
Suggestion is just go to about noon.
Yeah, and then I guess come back at 12:45 or 1.
Is that what you want to do?
That's fine. 12 is fine.
That's fine with me.
Trying to get this.
What about the reporter? Is that good for her?
Oh yeah, that's fine for me. Thank you.
Well, I don't have a problem with that. The only problem is when are we all going to get the exhibit? So
we're going to work on that now. We're trying to get that now.
Press the box with the arrow.
So Ms. Apana and Mr. Kwanu, in sending that exhibit to me, you should send it to Mr. Horikawa as well.
Okay. Can do.
Send it.
With the little blue box.
I don't see a blue button, a blue box.
Oh, if I go out, I have it on here. I'm so sorry. I'm not fast at this.
Okay.
But maybe for the expediency, I should give it to you during lunch, because I'm going to have to go off of this Zoom to get into my computer for you.
All right. Why don't we do that? Okay. Why don't we continue with the questioning? Can go back on the record.
Okay. Ms. Ahia, we we were speaking of your relationship with Ash, and then of the reports that you have are familiar with that Ash has produced. And after lunch, we will go back to the letter you are speaking of. Would you be able to continue with the report of 2018?
Sure. Let me. So the 2018 interim report basically is a catalog of what was found in Maui Phase 6, Increment 4, since the AIS closed in 2007. And so, you know, what's interesting about that is that the AIS was done, the Archaeological Inventory Survey Study, which is done for the purpose of identifying historic properties and iwi kūpuna, for the purpose of being able to protect them. That is all we have to protect our burials, since there's no mechanism for site avoidance at this point in the law. What we have is the capacity to have a developer hire an archaeology firm to do an archaeological inventory study to identify the iwi kūpuna and other historic properties that are on their parcel. And part of that is to look at the larger context of surrounding parcels. So they took 2 years to do that. Well, I don't know how long they did, but the document says 2005, 2006.
One moment, Ms. Ahia. Mr. Horikawa, it is in our exhibits. It's number 4 in our exhibits. That's the 2018 report. If you want to see it, I don't know that it's important to that, but I just offer that to you if you want to.
Actually, I would prefer to not have those kinds of things pulled up because it does have very sensitive information about kūpuna that maybe shouldn't be on YouTube.
Yeah, well, Mr. Horikawa can look at it. He has a copy of that exhibit.
And just real quick, can I interrupt for just a second? There was a date you said, Ms. Ahia, of when the AIS closed. What was that date?
It closed in the spring of 2007.
2007. Okay, yeah, I just didn't hear that part. Thank you.
Okay. Great, thank you. Please go on.
Okay. So in the context of between 2005 and 2007, which are the dates on the cover page of the report, the Archaeological Inventory Survey report, there were 5 burials that were found. Now, as a side note, one of them was found by a construction worker, and there was no monitor on site. And that construction worker pulled out a kiawe tree, and in the roots of the kiawe tree was the femur of a kūpuna. Now, in the 2007 burial treatment plan, it mentions this. You can go look in there if you want. And it says that the construction worker left the site to go to another Maui Lani site to get a monitor to come back and verify the iwi kūpuna. In the 2013 burial component of a treatment plan, burial component of a preservation plan, on page 6, I think it is, it says that Ash did intermittent monitoring. So intermittent means that there is not a monitor on site at all times. It means sometimes they're there. The monitoring plan, however, requires full-time monitoring. You can see what happens when you don't have a full-time monitor, as you're supposed to by law and by morals and ethics. When you don't have a full-time monitor, iwi kūpuna can be missed in the monitoring process. And luckily, somebody saw this iwi kūpuna in the roots of this kiawe tree. Otherwise, it could have been lost to us, as I'm sure many others probably have been because of this lack of monitoring. So long story short, 2005 to 2007, an AIS is done with backhoe trenches. They only find 5 burials. And then lo and behold, as soon as that AIS is closed in, I believe it was April of 2007 was when SHPD sent the acceptance letter. Shortly thereafter, 84 more burials are found. That's found in page 6 of the 2013 burial component of a preservation plan. 84 burials are found between the summer of 2007 and the spring of 2008. Now, we're talking about a huge dune where we know there are burials to the right, there are burials to the left, there are burials above, and there are burials below. How did anybody who's qualified to practice archaeology not find those burials? 84 burials, 84 iwi kūpuna, some of them babies, infants, makua, probably kūpuna. These are our people. And they were completely missed in the AIS. And the reason that that is important is because if they're found in the context of an AIS, they go to the Burial Council. Burial Council has jurisdiction to determine, preserve in place, relocate, what the boundaries are going to be of the preservation. And they can take as long as they need to in order to determine what is best for these iwi kūpuna. They consult with the community groups, with descendants, supposed to reach out to descendants, supposed to contact OHA. It's a much fuller process to make sure that these burials don't have any further harm come to them.
Can you stop for just one moment, Ms. Ahia?
Okay.
Did you say that the 84 burials were found starting in 2007?
That's correct.
And when did the last of that group, when was it found?
April of 2008.
Did you see any records showing that Ash reported these burials?
No, I didn't. There, when I go back through I believe you may have put this into evidence. We have this.
It is Exhibit 19.
Minutes going back to 1992 of the Maui Lanai Island Burial Council.
I'm
in reference to the Maui Lani Project District.
I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna object to testimony about this, mainly because these documents were turned over after the deadline that the hearing officer had established in minute order number 8.
Okay, let's get some specificity here. What document are we talking about? Are we talking about Exhibit 19?
Yes.
And when was that produced?
And that was produced, you were given that, I think, on Sunday.
This is a compilation of Burial Council minutes.
Is that the like 50 pages of documents? Okay. That's a fair comment in terms of not having time to review that.
Okay, well,
just let's see if we can give Ash more time to review those, perhaps before they complete a cross-examination. I will allow the questions to continue, at least for now, subject to further objections, and reserving a ruling as to how much time Ash will be provided to review that exhibit in more detail as needed. So, Ms. Apana, you can proceed with your questioning for now.
Ms. Ahia, this document in question, where did the data come from that produced this document?
These are just Burial Council minutes, which are on record at SHPD.
So they are part of the public record?
They are.
And there are reports of burials and determinations there, but who provides the information for that is presented and reported on in the burial council minutes?
So when inadvertents are found, generally the archaeology firm sends their data to SHPD and it gets put on the burial council agenda for them to speak about. But when they're inadvertent, the burial council doesn't have jurisdiction over it. But sometimes they will end up on the burial council agenda so that they can be discussed. And so the burial council can have a greater understanding of the context of what's in the area.
Thank you. So some of that information was provided by ASH that are in these reports, that are in this compilation of burial council minute findings.
Right, but the numbers don't add up, and that's just the only reason I wanted you folks to see this, because what's in the 2013 report, according to the burial council minutes, all of those burials did not come before the burial council. They are not in the minutes. Those 84 that I spoke of that were found between the spring of 2007 and the spring of 2008, or sorry, summer of 2007 to spring of 2008.
And does that include the disarticulated remains?
That does include the disarticulated remains. Those were not, I don't see any information on the burial council minutes about those iwi kūpuna that were found disarticulated.
84 does include.
Pardon me?
And so that, you know, this further goes to the point that the burials, the 100 and possibly 180, the burial council did not know about until Barker Ferris, PhD, Dr. Barker Ferris requested ASH to do an interim report in 2018. So for all these years, the burial council and the community, we knew that there were a lot of burials, but we didn't have a number, and we had been asking the company for many, many years how many burials. But because there were no reports, you know, as seems to be the practice of this company to not report and to not turn in reports, nobody had any idea the quantity of burials that we were dealing with just in this one parcel. Now, this is just, I think, about 12 acres of a 45-acre project.
Thank you very much.
But, you know, at the same time that this AIS was being done in 2005, 2006, 2007, ASH, who is supposedly the small company with just a few employees, was also doing the Maui Elementary School down the road. They were also doing the AIS for Phase 7 around the same time. They were also doing an AIS for the wells at Maui Lani. They were also doing an AIS for Kuikahi Parkway. They had an awful lot of projects going on at the same time, and it really makes me question how they could possibly do thorough work with so many projects, simultaneous projects. How did they have enough monitors to be at all these different sites and do all of this different data recovery? I think Ash was also out in Palauea around the same time, I believe. But there seems to be this chronic tendency to underreport during the AIS, which, going back to my point from earlier, which leaves the burials more vulnerable. So, for example, if those 84 burials that they found in 2007 and 2008 had been identified in the AIS, and had they been looked at in context with the burials at 2797.
I'm going to object on speculation.
Overruled.
And the other 72 across the street, and the other burials at the Bluffs, and the other burials at the Safeway, and the other burials in the other Maui Lani Partners projects throughout the dune system. When you look at that in context, it's a burial ground. It's a palina. And this is what the community has been saying for decades. In those burial council minutes in 2018, Keamoku Kapu, who was the burial council chair at one point, said these are not inadvertent finds. We already know that there is a pattern. And in some of the notes, Ash talks about patterns really early on in the early 2000s. But I'm assuming it's because she doesn't have the training, because she doesn't have the schooling. She wasn't able to make that kind of assessment to protect these burials. Either that or she was being bought off by the developer. I don't really know. But the point is that the burials weren't protected. Because they exist in continuity, they could have built a bridge over the road. They could have kept the dune intact in phase 6, but instead they bisected it, put a road over it that they themselves drive over. The construction workers and the archaeologists drive over the road that goes through the two sides of the burial preserve at Maulani phase 6 increment 4, and there are burials underneath that road that they knew were there, and they still have a road going on top of our iwi kūpuna. Who in their right mind would want a road over their burials? We wouldn't do this at Punch Bowl. We wouldn't do this at Gettysburg. We wouldn't do this at any cemetery. But because of the way the law is written, and because these burials weren't found in the context of an AIS, where the burial council could have said, no, you cannot put a road right there, that's not what happened. And there is a road over our burials. There are burials in the road out in Kuikahi, in the middle of the grassy area in the middle of the road. There are reports of burials that were relocated to that area, and some were preserved in that area. The point is that, you know, when Dr. Barker Ferris was here, he said at his last burial council meeting that the first time he went to Maulani phase 6 increment 4, he said he knew exactly what it was. This is a man with a PhD in archaeology, and he was able on site to identify that that was a burial complex. And he shared with us, he confirmed what the community had always been saying, that this is a burial complex and you have to look at them in continuity, not as individual burials. And if these burials had gone to the burial council, they could have been protected in continuity, but that is not what happened. And instead, we have desecration of our kūpuna, and this construction continued up until the injunction in 2019.
Thank you. Ms. Ahia, I just take you back to the time that these burials were discovered. And are you saying that they don't show up in any kind of report until 2013?
Those 84, correct. They don't show up in a report until 2013.
Was that a report that was readily accessible to the public?
That's the burial component of a preservation plan. I think it's called, sorry, I get confused about the name. Maybe it's a burial component of a treatment. Let me just look at it. That is something that is accessible to the public. You would have to be savvy at accessing documents from State Historic Preservation, who has chronically messy filing systems, which has been shared with us by other archaeologists. Their filing system is pretty bad. So they are accessible, but it's a little bit of a challenge. We just had to work to go find these reports.
Thank you very much. It is 12 o'clock, past 12 o'clock. Mr. Chang, did you want us to take a break or?
This would be a good time, and I would like to make a request. I'm looking at a map of Maui, and I wonder if someone could provide a map or a section of a map that shows the what's been referred to by many terms. The Isthmus of Maui, the Waihe to, is it Malaya Harbor?
Yeah.
Malaya Harbor, and stuff. So could I get a map, or it doesn't have to be fancy, but something that will show me and refer me to what is phase 6, what is phase 9, the Maulani complex, the site, and, you know, just so I can orient it in my mind about where things are.
Certainly.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be right away, but just it'd be good, it'd be helpful if I could get that. So we will take a break. It's 10 after 12. shall we reconvene at 1 o'clock? Is that enough time for you all? Or do you need more time?
I think I can find that document and get it to you.
Okay, no problem.
Can we meet at 1:15?
All right, and Mr. Horikawa, could you check? I know you're probably checking, but see if you can find out anything about Mr. The last name, Pantaleo's availability. Okay, we will reconvene at 1. Thank you, everybody. Take care.
Thank you so much. Mahalo.
This is talking about Maulani Phase 7, Increment 1, subdivision 20-acre parcel, 145 single-family residence house lots, and is recommending an AIS is needed, and recommending that an architectural monitor be present during all construction. Does this relate to what Dr. Ahia, you were referring to?
Yes, actually, it's the last couple paragraphs that I wanted to refer to. And just to clarify, I'm not technically a doctor. You can call me Miss.
Okay.
I'm 15 credits away. They didn't have a doctoral program in New York when I was in school.
All right. Thank you for the correction. I put the second page up.
Okay. So if you scroll up a little bit, yeah, right from there, I can, if it's okay, I can just go ahead and read it from the point that is relevant to Ash. This letter says, because of the potential of human burials to be present beneath the till zone, we recommend that no action be taken on the proposed undertaking until an archaeological inventory survey to be conducted in the form of subsurface testing has been conducted of the proposed project area. It goes on to say, an acceptable report documenting the findings of the inventory survey will need to be submitted to this office for review. Given the high level of cultural sensitivity, based on the presence of numerous known burials in the Maulani project area, we also recommend an archaeological monitor be present during all construction, development related ground disturbing activities conducted in association with the proposed subdivision. An acceptable monitoring plan is currently in place for the Maulani projects, and this plan and its stipulated directives can be used for this project. In addition, given the extent of the Maulani project and the archaeological monitoring reports associated with this project, which are following condition be attached to the subject subdivision permit application should it be approved. The archaeological consultants will establish a report schedule in consultation with this office, which will establish an acceptable time frame for the submittal of all of the outstanding archaeological monitoring reports associated with the Maulani project to the State Historic Preservation Office for review and acceptance. And I find this to be highly relevant because this was 2003, and the state is already acknowledging that much of the work that's been done in this 1,000-acre project district is missing reports, and that includes the work of Ash. As we discussed earlier, only 2 reports had been filed by 2017, and in 2018, a third additional report was done at the request of SHPD for Maulani Phase 6, Increment 4. So from 2003, the state has been requesting that archaeology firms working in the Maulani Project District turn in timely monitoring reports. And as of 2003, that was already not happening. We are in 2020, 17 years later, and only 3 reports have been turned in to SHPD that we know of.
Thank you, Ms. Ahia.
Can I get, do you happen to know of the 3 reports, what projects they relate to, what phases, et cetera?
One of them is Maulani Phase 6, Increment 4. That's the 2018 interim summary report that I believe was turned into evidence, but you'd have to ask Auntie Claire. I have another one here for the Bluff subdivision. it's, well, at the time, almost all of the TMKs ended in 131. They kept changing the TMKs, but at the time it was 3807, 130, and 131 portions. There's no file number on this particular report, but this is the one that I have a copy of. And so I'm assuming there's another one out there because Ms. Hazuka testified in 2017 that she had turned in 2 reports.
Okay, and are these all ash projects?
Yes.
What?
Perhaps,
I didn't hear the answer.
I didn't get an answer.
Okay, I think she's frozen.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we'll wait. Okay, I had asked a question about, are all of these reports related to projects that ASH is the archaeological consultant?
There may be other consulting firms that are also lumped in with this, but off the top of my head, I know of work that they've done for Maui Lani Phase 6, Phase 7, Phase 8, Phase 9, the Kuikahi road realignment, the school. So that's 6 projects that I know of. And so that would leave at least 4 without reports, or 3. But that's just a small amount of work from the maybe about 2003 to 2007-8 timeframe. I'm sure there are more, but those are the projects that I've seen reports for. Not monitoring reports, but survey reports.
My question is that, are the 3 reports all related to projects that are ASH projects?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Apana, you can continue.
okay, thank you. I'm trying to stay objective here.
Good, thank you.
Ms. Ahia,
Yes, Auntie.
when you find reports like this, where there have been years between reporting of the iwi kūpuna being disturbed, how does that affect you personally? Because part of this is about the property interest that Kanaka have in our own ancestral burials.
The first time I read a report, I had a panic attack. The first time I saw photographs, or sketches rather, I'm sorry. Sketches of our kūpuna in their burial pits, sometimes babies. It's difficult to put into words the feelings that elicits, because it's a combination of things like rage, grief, anxiety. No burial should be disturbed in this kind of manner, where descendants have to think about our kūpuna being essentially messed with, touched by people who shouldn't be touching them. It's bad enough that they're in this sand dune complex at all. In my opinion, they shouldn't be. These sand dunes are protected. They're listed as Wahi Pana in the the Kahului Wailuku community plan. They shouldn't even be digging in there in the first place. But the fact that they are, and the fact that these things come up in, we have to read about them being disturbed, being inadvertently found, being dug up by backhoes and D9 dozers. It's pretty darn hard to deal with. I know for myself and for other people that I work with, many of us deal with nightmares. We wake up thinking about our iwi in an unsavory context. because of the decades of disturbance in those sand dunes that should have never been disturbed in the first place. It's literally the erasure of our people, both in life and in death. And this goes back to what we were talking about earlier with settler colonialism. For some reason, development thinks it's okay to come in and build houses in a burial ground. And the reason that they can get away with it is because there are archaeologists willing to do that work, to say there's nothing here, go ahead. And then they go ahead and they disturb all these iwi kūpuna. There are non-invasive ways. There is advanced technologies that can be used so that you can assess what's there without having to dig all over the place and without having to disturb them. Burials should never be disturbed. Rest in peace is supposed to mean something.
Thank you. Thank you. I understand when you say that there are other methods to try to protect and determine if you are going to, if a project might disturb iwi kūpuna. What was your role in the ground penetrating radar study that was done on this Phase 6 project?
Auntie, I'm sorry, my computer froze for a second. Could you just repeat that last part?
What was your role in the ground penetrating radar study being done? Was it Ash's idea?
No, this was actually court ordered by Judge Cardoza in Ahia versus DLNR. From what I understand, Ash has not done GPR before. I believe it was Atlas that did a small study in 2018, a portion of Maulani Phase 6 Increment 4. So the judge ordered ground penetrating radar to be performed. The judge allowed me to be there when they did the ground truthing. And to be honest, that was not something that we wanted. We did object in court, and we did stand out on the street and hold signs saying we do not consent to having more holes being dug in this palina, in this burial ground. But the judge went ahead and ordered it, and so HBT complied. And I stood there for the first few weeks. And I had to stop going because I was getting sick from standing there, watching them dig, praying that they don't find iwi kūpuna, that they don't dig up more burials, even though this was court ordered. So that was a painful process for me.
Thank you for that.
That is not the way I would choose to want to interact with the burials culturally.
Do you feel that you know this project fairly well? Do you think that there could have been methods available to archaeologists that could have been employed, which would have possibly changed the direction of what eventually became a disturbance of 180 iwi kūpuna?
Mm-hmm. I do. In fact, over the last few years, I've spoken with many, many different archaeology firms about this project in particular and other projects in the sand. Most of those firms have told me that they won't work in the sand dunes because they understand that it's a burial ground and they don't think it's right to be in there in the first place. And they don't want to be a part of that level of desecration. I have asked about different methods. GPR is one less invasive method that can be done. There's also magnetometry. Barker Ferris spoke about doing statistical analysis. In fact, he did a report for SHPD specifically on the dune at Maulani Phase 6 Increment 4 and said that you could predict with 90% accuracy where you were going to find burials. And he turned this report into SHPD, and from what I understand, it was not received well by SHPD, and so it was not added to any data or documentation. But that technology does exist, and most of the archaeologists that I've talked about at the master's and PhD level are all familiar with this technology, and many use this technology so that they don't have to go in and dig. They can do predictive modeling, and they can look at patterns. They can look at past data that's been done, and they can get an overall picture so that they know, they have an idea of what's in that area. And, you know, I had one archaeologist say to me that even with GPR, they wouldn't, if they're in an area that's known to have a high concentration of burials and they do ground penetrating radar and they find anomalies. So just to, as a side note, with ground penetrating radar, it cannot tell you if a burial's there. It just shows that there's an anomaly. It sends us a sound signature.
Just a moment, Ms. Ahia, could you back up just one moment and give our hearing officer a better idea of what ground penetrating radar does?
Yeah.
What is the methodology involved?
I'm obviously not an expert. That's not my training, but from what I've discussed.
Well, with that, Kevin, I put an objection on this testimony.
Overruled. Witness may answer.
What I have learned, because this issue has come up at Burial Council many times and has been discussed at Burial Council, as well as with other archaeological firms. In fact, I had a long meeting with the firm who actually did the GPR at Maui Lani Phase 6 before Phase 6, and they gave a presentation about how it works. So there's a little machine. It's like about the size of a baby stroller, and it has technology that sends a sound signal down. And if it hits something, that sound signature bounces back up, and there's a general idea about what might be there. So, for example, metal has a certain signature, so they can rule out if the metal signature comes up that's not EV. Most everything else, they don't have identified signatures for burials yet because the technology is a little bit newer. But they can tell that something is there. So one archaeologist who has a PhD that I spoke with specifically said if she was working in an area like Maui Lani Phase 6 Increment 4, knowing that there are burials in this sand dune complex, and her work found anomalies, they would just leave it alone. They would not go exploring it. They would assume that it could be a burial, and that is enough to protect that area because it's part of a larger context of burials that exist in continuity. So regardless of whether that signature was a rock or iwi kūpuna, they're going to give that benefit of the doubt and protect those areas to be on the safe side, to err on the side of caution, because the number one rule in archaeology is do no harm. And in an attempt to do no harm, they would simply leave that area alone. But this is coming from the perspective of archaeologists who do archaeology for the sake of preservation. They're not doing archaeology the way contract archaeologists do, which is for the purpose of allowing a developer to get a permit. So there's a little bit different worldview and a little bit different consciousness coming from those different schools of archaeology. And, you know, contract archaeology is something that is a hot topic in political science classes all across the country, but especially here in Hawaii. This is not like a new concept to think about the differing schools of archaeology when it comes to contract archaeologists who get paid by the developer.
Ms. Ahia, have you been consulted by ASH?
No, I've never been consulted by ASH.
I see. Do you, in your traditional practice, would you consider disturbing ground next to a burial?
Never.
Would you consider that okay?
No, absolutely not. 100% no.
And
like I wouldn't go over to St. Anthony's Cemetery and start digging over there, or any other graveyard for that matter. Burial grounds should be off limits.
There seems to be some importance put on finding skeletal remains. What is your traditional viewpoint about finding skeletal remains in sand.
Our kūpuna purposely didn't mark our burials. Burials were meant to be hidden. And it was very effective to bury them in sand because the winds would come and wash away the footprints or blow away the footprints, and there would be no indication that kūpuna had been buried there. And in our traditions, when kūpuna gets buried back into the ground, it's kanu. It's like planting a plant back in the ground, and it becomes the aina. And then that aina grows food and it nourishes the people. And it's part of the hydrology cycle that brings the water back down. It's all a part of a symbiotic interconnectivity that Kanaka Maoli have in our worldview. So when we plant our burials back in the ground, we know that they are going to continue to give us mana. They are going to continue to share their life force with us. And that is part of our inheritance as Kanaka Maoli. That has been taken from us by settler colonialism and by rampant development and by archaeologists who do poor work. So our relationship with these dunes and with any burial really is one of high level of respect and high level of a desire to keep them hidden, to keep them protected, to not show them to the world. Unfortunately, because of all this erasure and because of our traditions of wanting to keep them quiet, this rampant development has been allowed to continue for decades in Hawaii, not just in Maui, but all over Hawaii. And it's just a part of this pattern of settler colonialism where an entire sand dune complex can be taken down so that the next generation isn't even going to know what's there. They're not going to remember that these were sand dunes unless we tell them the stories because they were taken from us. And that is part of our cultural inheritance. And the taking of that is part of the cultural genocide that is happening to our people. Some people can recognize it cognitively. Some people just feel it empathically. But the fracture that it's done to our people cannot be underestimated. It's literally leading to poor health outcomes for Kanaka Maoli people. And the restoration, the repatriation, the reconsecration of our kūpuna, putting our kūpuna back into the ground, that is part of the Mauliola of the health and well-being of our people. And it's our kuleana in this generation, as we've been reconnected after that massive disconnect from dispossession and forced assimilation, it is our kuleana to heal that and to put our kūpuna back in the ground. But it's very difficult when we don't even have all the reports of what's there. And when we have disarticulated iwi that's been treated as scatters, as if they don't matter and they've just been taken off the site. It's very difficult when we don't even know where all the burials are because they have been curated in different locations of different offices in different places over the years. We don't even know where they all are. We don't have a record of that. I don't have a record of that as a descendant. And that's very troubling to me.
You have gone through the State Historic Preservation Department DLNR process of being recognized as a descendant. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I went through that process.
I see. Were you given any more information about the iwi kūpuna? And let's just stay on this property so it's not too confusing, on the phase 6 Maui property as a descendant?
I was the developer, HBT, Marcus from HBT, shortly after I received my descendancy recognition. I'll see if I have it here. He sent me a small fraction of what he had in his files that were letters that either Ash or Atlas Archaeology had written to SHPD about the recent inadvertent finds.
I see. Has Ash or Atlas reached out to you?
Not specifically, although in all fairness, shortly after my descendancy claim came through, the lawsuit Ahia versus DLNR was filed. So it's possible that that is why that information wasn't disclosed to me at that time. But I did send letters to SHPD and HBT asking that I receive the information about the locations of the burials, where they were found, and also where they're being curated. And the curation part is very concerning to me. There's a major ethical issue that we're looking at when we have people who may not have the proper training to handle human remains, my ancestors' remains, having those burials sitting on their shelves in their office, or even if it's in a warehouse. Those are my ancestors. Those are all of our ancestors as Kanaka Maoli. And they're sitting on shelves in people's offices. Do they pray for them? Do they apologize to them? Do they make an effort to reach out to the community who cares about them? Do they aloha them? Will they stand up and fight to protect them? I don't know. I would say no, given the fact that they've let these burials sit on their shelves for decades. When there are community members and descendants who have been asking to Malama these iwi kūpuna for years.
Is there any reason given to the descendants, to the larger ohana, as to why it has been decades and iwi kūpuna are not reinterred?
No, there has been
objection on relevance.
Overruled.
I have heard it said that at least in phase 6, increment 4, that they're waiting until the project is complete to create a preservation plan. So until the developer is done with their project on their timeline, we have to wait to put our iwi kūpuna back in the ground. And so they sit on shelves. The other issue that has come up for Maui phase 6, increment 4, to what I understand, I was the first person recognized by the burial claim as a descendant to that area. Now, obviously, I am not the only descendant to that area, but people tried to get on the burial council agenda for several years, and for whatever reason, were prevented from even getting on the agenda. And in the case of Safeway, the burial council didn't meet for 2 years because there was no quorum. And so that entire project got pushed through with no burial council oversight, and no descendants were able to be recognized in that time period that there was no burial council. So when it comes to phase 6, as community members,
pardon me?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
As community members, before I officially claimed descendancy, we were asking for more information about the burials and to take care of them and to have consultation. And we were told by Ash that there are no recognized descendants and that they don't have to meet with any of us. And so they didn't. They didn't meet with Mālama Kakanilua. They didn't meet with any of us as individuals. There was a letter in, I think, October of 2018, when OHA met with Atlas Archaeology, and I'm not sure if Ash was there or not, because Atlas took over for Ash when the permit didn't get renewed. Nico Fuentes from Atlas Archaeology used to be an employee of Ash, but he has his master's now in his own company. But there was a meeting, and they were told that they should meet with the Native Hawaiian organization, referring to Mālama Kakanilua, and that they should meet with Auntie Johanna from the Burial Council, Uncle Kaniloa, and Auntie Claire Apana. And that meeting never happened. They were supposed to talk about providing time and space for us to have a cultural vigil to bring our families in so we could pule at site and do our cultural practice without being harassed or having the police called on us, which has also happened when we go to pray.
So would you characterize the Ash's willingness to consult with the community, with organizations who are obviously very connected to the iwi kūpuna and this area, and potential descendants, would you characterize their willingness to speak and to hear what these people wanted to share about the burials? How would you characterize that?
Continuing objection on this line.
Overruled.
They were unwilling to meet with us.
Who are you referring to as they?
Ash was unwilling to meet with us.
And who is us?
Mālama Kakanilua, as well as other community members who were concerned.
Ms. Ahia.
Annette Hugh being one, Uncle Connie, Auntie Claire, Auntie Vicky Palafax, Uncle Tommy, Uncle Walter, Noelani Peresa, my sister Mahealani, and my brother-in-law Kahala, Auntie Lala Johnson, Auntie Puʻuone Basbas. Multiple people have spoken at the Burial Council over the years asking for consultation.
As a matter of fact, Ms. Ahia, what was the Burial Council's position on consultation with regarding Native Hawaiian organizations and possible descendants, the community? What was the Burial Council's?
Laco Foundation.
What foundation would you like?
How does this witness know what the Burial Council's position is?
They passed motions.
Okay. All right, overruled.
Okay, so
just one moment, Ms. Ahia. I would refer you to 9J. Yeah, and yeah, Mr. Chang, I'm so sorry. Are you able to do that?
I am looking for, it says 9J or G?
J.
I'm not seeing a 9J.
Really? Okay.
Is that in your Dropbox as well?
It should be.
Let me
If
see
it's
if I can
not,
find it.
I apologize to you, Mr. Horikawa and hearing officer.
I don't see it.
Okay, well then I will let Ms. Ahia continue.
Wait a minute. Okay, hang on. Let me see if I can find something.
9H.
I don't have an HA.
That's what I need. Screen.
I see a 9, but it goes up to I on the Dropbox.
Oh, well, would you open 9I? Is that 2018, I believe?
It looks to be a, wait, hold on. Let's see what it is. It's a May 16, 2018.
Yes, that's the report. Excuse me, I
Meeting.
said the wrong letter.
Burial,
That's the report I'm looking for.
Burial Council meeting minutes.
And do you see the minutes where it is referring to phase 6? I believe it's on the last page. I think I have it here. Can you see it? if you could put the last page up on the screen and scroll down.
Okay, hold on. I'm adding it to
Okay, sorry.
adding it to my list of petitioners exhibits and trying to get the updated version on my computer. So hold on.
Well, can I ask a question about this exhibit? When I don't have it, so I'm just wondering when it was received by the hearing officer.
It was in the Dropbox that was yesterday.
Well, I'm gonna have the same objection that I had previously, that
Yes, I understand.
it's a kind of a late disclosure.
Well, Ms. Ahia can speak without the document. I was doing that for your clarity.
Hold on. Well, I'd like it done for my clarity as well. So hold on. Okay, now I have it. Let me open it. And then let me try to share screen. It's a 12-page document. Meeting minutes. And he's saying going to the latter pages. So we have a specific page.
I believe it is on the last page.
Is it the one that's highlighted in yellow? Page 11.
Yeah, come look at it.
That's it.
Okay, Mr. Horikawa, are you able to see it?
Barely, I can see it.
And make it larger if you want.
Please, thank you.
Ms. Ahia,
Yes, Auntie.
can you read? Are you able to read that, or is it too small?
I am. So it says, Maui Lanai Island Burial Council recommends the Maui Lani landowner conduct consultations with the Maui Lanai community, lineal and cultural descendants, Mālama Kakanilua, that's us, and Ahamoku, to discuss the expansion of buffers and other related issues in order to provide appropriate protection and to protect integrity of iwi kūpuna in the Maui Lani Phase 6 Increment 4 work area. And there were all ayes, no nays, motion passed. That is May of 2018. In December of 2017, they passed another motion, which is somewhere in your documents, where they stated that the community must be consulted. They didn't specifically name Mālama Kakanilua as they did in this burial council meeting, but they did refer to the greater community who has concerns over what was going on at Maui Lani Phase 6 Increment 4.
Thank you. Thank you. And as far as you know, this consultation did not occur.
Never happened.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, if we follow the timeline in Phase 6, what did happen, I believe let me refresh your memory. I believe the stop work order was removed.
In June, I believe it was removed.
And another permit was given to Maui Lani Phase 6. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, what was the date again?
I believe it was in June of 2018. That's when the stop work order was lifted, or when the letter from SHPD came out allowing the stop work order. There was a letter to the county. That's after the interim monitoring report was turned in and the new required archaeological monitoring plan that that they had been working without and was turned in. So what happened was Dr. Ferris, the archaeologist, lead archaeologist for SHPD, in his research of this project, and as he discusses the anxiety we all have over the high concentration, he started looking at all of the changing TMKs and all of the mess that this project was, and he discovered that they were working without an archaeological monitoring plan for increment 4. And so he let the county know, and they put a stop work order on the permit until ASH could come into compliance and do an archaeological monitoring plan for Maui Phase 6 Increment 4, as well as that interim archaeological monitoring report with the number of burials that we've been discussing thus far.
Thank you. Did you have concerns about this permit?
I had grave concerns about this permit.
Objection on relevancy.
I have concerns about the whole project.
Objections overruled. I'd like to ask Ms. Ahia to comment and connect it to ASH's work and or role.
Mm-hmm. Well, the permit was revoked because ASH was not in compliance, and they had not, they did not have the appropriate documents filed in terms of the monitoring report. In terms of the monitoring plan for that phase. So, you know, the entire project is concerning because of the high concentration of burials. We went from 5 to, oops, there's 180. And for me, that goes directly back to the poor work that Archeological Services Hawaii did initially in the AIS, or didn't do rather in the AIS. And their failure to identify the burials in that complex led to the continued construction and the continued discovery and desecration of more iwi kūpuna from 2007, when that AIS was complete, all the way until 2019, when an injunction was filed because of Ahia versus DLNR.
Thank you. So as you stated before, the number of actual burials that were in this area that had been disturbed was not disclosed until this time?
That's correct. 2018.
Did you personally ask how many or what was the extent of the burials that had been found?
Objection on.
Auntie, I lost you for a second, but I think you're asking me if I asked how many. And the answer is yes, I did at the burial councils, which Ms. Hazuka was attending as she was representing ASH, despite the fact that she's not credentialed to do that, but she was the one there. And so.
Objection. I have an objection.
All right.
The question is vague and ambiguous because it doesn't, there hasn't been, I'm just unsure of what phase we're talking about.
Okay, sustained. Can we get some foundation date and reference to specific project? And
also, can we take down the screen sharing? It's kind of hard to see everybody on here. If we don't need that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So in May of 2018, you stated the Burial Council, Maui Lanai Island Burial Council of Maui, asked that the community, including Mālama Kakanilua and any descendants, be consulted or at least have a community meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then in June, on and around June, a new permit is issued and being used to do work at Maui Phase 4. Is that correct?
Yes, Phase 6 Increment 4, correct.
Sorry, yes, Phase 6 Increment 4. Thank you. So you were never able to actually know the extent of how many burials were in question in this area?
Not until that interim report came out in 2018. That's the first time we all learned that there were 180 burials.
I'm sorry, Ms. Apana, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you had asked the question of what Ms. Ahia's participation was at the burial council meeting at which Ms. Hazuka was present. And I don't think Ms. Hazuka, I don't think we got a complete answer. We were talking about an objection, and I don't recall getting an answer.
So at many of the burial councils, I think I've been to every meeting that I was on island for, at least for the past 3.5 years. And I repeatedly asked in front of Ms. Hazuka, how many burials are in Maui Phase 6 Increment 4? The burial council, specifically member Kahele Duklo, asked how many burials are there. They asked for maps so they could see the continuity of burials, and those were never given. My question about how many burials was never answered. And I was never given the opportunity to have a consultation where I could ask those one-on-one and have all of that information disclosed to me and receive all of the reports. Nor was anyone else from Mālama Kakanilua.
Thank you. Can you tell us what permit was given to do work in Maui Phase 6 Increment 4?
There's been several grading and grubbing permits. There was one permit that was given, I don't have the year, but I can look it up. There was a permit that was given to do exploratory grading inside of the burial preserve, meaning this is an area that's already quarantined, it's already contained, because we know that there's multiple burials in it. And for some reason, the county gave, I think at the time it was Maui Partners, this land changed hands from Maui Partners to HBT, and I think around 2012 or 2013. So I'm not sure who got this permit, but it was for the burial preserve in Maui Phase 6 Increment 4 to do exploratory grading work. I really can't even tell you what that means. And it's disturbing enough that they were even inside of the burial preserve digging where there's burials. For me, that's like just absolutely unacceptable, borderline criminal. In fact, maybe it is criminal.
And was Ash one of the companies that was
Yes, Ash was the company doing the archaeology work.
Thank you. In 2017 and 18, when the community seemed to be quite upset by what was happening in construction and not knowing what the status of burials were in Maui Phase 6, 3 and 4. Oh my goodness, I forgot my question.
Object to the form of the question is leading.
No, I'm trying to give you a location so that it won't be confusing again. Was there ever any time that monitoring was in question?
Oh, yes. Ash is the contract archaeologist for Maui Phase 9. And in June, I believe, of 2017, I was personally on that property to go do cultural practice and pray. And I witnessed and videotaped heavy equipment moving sand, moving earth without a monitor present, which is a violation of their monitoring report or monitoring plan. Sorry.
Thank you.
Also, let's see. I remember also in 2018, there was another incident at Maui Phase 6 Increment 4 when several of us were there. In fact, I think that OHA trustee Hulu Lindsay was also with us that day. And Wailuku rep Joanna Kamaunu was there. And they had way more pieces of heavy equipment moving than they had monitors there. There was a DoCare investigation. However, those investigators never contacted any of us, despite the fact that we had written personal statements about it and had video evidence. But we were never contacted by DoCare, and SHPD never followed up on that. But we do have footage of work being done without monitors on that project, without appropriate amounts of monitors relative to the equipment moving earth.
What is your understanding of the need to be doing monitoring when heavy equipment is moving earth?
Okay, so if you are operating a piece of heavy machinery, like a D9 dozer or a D6 dozer or a backhoe or anything like that, and you're digging or moving or creating push piles, you cannot see what you're digging. You cannot, you don't have eyes on it. Not to mention construction workers and machine operators are not trained to identify iwi kūpuna. So they could be barreling through our burials and have no idea. And I'm quite sure that that happened for many decades before we had burial laws. In fact, we've heard countless stories from construction workers who unfortunately had these incidents happen. But even
would Ash have been one of the, possibly been one of the archaeological companies to be doing this kind of monitoring?
Objection is speculative.
Wait, I'm sorry, I did not get.
Objection is speculative.
Oh, do you know of any projects that Ash was working on outside of Phase 6 Maui Lani?
Do I know of any, I'm sorry, you're asking me what other projects they were working on with the monitor? Phase 9?
You made a statement that there were times that you were quite sure that monitoring was not being done when heavy equipment was being used. And I just asked, could that have been on other projects besides Phase 6 Maui Lani?
Well, when I'm looking at the monitoring report, the one report that I have from 2004, it says in here, monitoring for Bluffs residential subdivision was performed intermittently from 2000 to 2003. So again, that intermittent word is used in the 2013 burial component of a preservation plan, where they say that that monitoring was occurring intermittently, which means they didn't always have a monitor present. And then we have the story from that same project where a construction worker pulled out a kiawe tree from the ground, and there was iwi kūpuna connected in the root system of that kiawe tree that was basically ripped out of the ground. And it says in that burial component of a preservation plan that construction worker then went to a different Maui Lani project, not on the same TMK, a different project, to go get an archaeological monitor from Ash to come back and identify this iwi kūpuna. But how many times, how many days was there construction going and no monitor present? How many iwi did they miss? How many iwi fell prey to construction work? How many iwi got crushed under bulldozers? How many iwi got scooped up? How many iwi went away with the sand that got taken to Oahu to make cement and ended up in the rail, which is cracking? How many of our iwi kūpuna did we lose because there were no monitors present when this work was being done? That's a number we will never know. And that is the fault of companies like Ash and Ash itself. And you can't repair that. That's irreparable.
You mean irreparable to Kanaka Maoli?
To myself,
irreparable to our burials?
It's irreparable to the burials, and it's irreparable to the people who are connected genealogically to those burials. Every piece of iwi contains the mana of thousands of ancestors. You know, each of us has 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great grandparents, 16 great great grandparents. When you do the math back even just 7 generations, it's thousands of ancestors. Every single piece of iwi contains the mana of thousands of ancestors. And they've been bulldozed and treated like they don't count. Treated as unimportant and essentially erased off the surface of the earth. This is the erasure of our people. It happens in life and it happens in death. It terrifies me to even think of being buried. Are my iwi going to get dug up one day? After the flesh falls off of my bones and I go back, planted, my family thinking I'm going to be there forever. They say pule for me. They do protocol for me. They do ceremony for me, believing that I am going to be in that place forever to nourish them. What's going to happen 7 generations from now when developers come along and dig me up? Or you?
Well, I'm gonna object. It's a matter of, and it's non-responsive to the question.
Overruled.
That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Ahia. I have one more question, and that is there is a CERD document, and I wonder if you might relate what you have experienced with the the archaeological practices of this company called ASH, if it had any relationship to your this CERD document that is in our documents. It's number 11 and 14.
Objection on relevance.
Okay. I have 11 on my screen. Request for early warning measures, urgent procedures, April 15, 2019. You want that document shared?
Yes. Which one would you like, Ms. Ahia?
Just this document from the United Nations is fine. I don't know which number it is.
Submitted to the United Nations?
No, the one from the United Nations.
From the United Nations. It should be 14. Here, let me read my own list.
Well, are we on 11 or 14?
Trying to determine that right now.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's 14. Let me ask a question to give some groundwork to this. Did what you experienced as the what happened, did ASH have anything to do with this document, the CERD document? And if so, can you tell us how that relates to the two relate?
Again, objection on relevance.
May I have a explanation as to relevance, Ms. Apana?
Ms. Ahia, were you affected by the archaeological practices of ASH?
Yes, I was.
No, wait. Can we get a ruling on the objection?
Yeah, I was asking for a statement on the relevance. Just explain it.
Okay. Oh, okay. The relevance is this. Obviously, Ms. Ahia has gone through a lot of trouble to study and to find out as much as she could about this project. And that was not with any assistance from ASH. Consultation processes were not given although they were asked for and demanded and are actually required by law. I believe that Ms. Ahia took actions to try to stop what ASH is doing in their archaeological work. And if that is correct, Ms. Ahia, I'll ask you, Ms. Ahia, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Objections overruled. Examination can continue.
Shall I answer the previous question?
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, I'm freezing. Okay, are you all there? Yeah, there you are. Okay, Auntie Claire, could you repeat the question?
Certainly. There is a CERD document in our exhibits and a CERD acceptance by the committee from the UN.
Yes.
Can you relate how your experience with the archaeological practices of ASH?
I just lost you for a second. I heard, can you relate how, and then I lost you.
The archaeological practices of ASH have had any relationship or any effect on the document that we are looking at?
Yes, I understand. Okay. If ASH had done the work that they were tasked to do, that's set forth in the 6E laws, if they had done a proper AIS and identified the burials and they had gone before the burial council, it is entirely possible that the burial council could have created protections that would have avoided the continued inadvertent fines that led to burials being moved and the burial preserve being bisected. Not to mention the continued burials that were still being dug up as recently as 2018. And so in an effort to try to stop these practices from happening, we've been reaching out to really whoever will listen, because we've had a very difficult time dealing with this poor archaeology leading to poor development or inappropriate development in a burial complex. And so one of the things that we did was we reached out to the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Now, this is a committee with the United Nations that the United Nations is a treaty partner to. So the United States is a treaty partner too. So the United States has an obligation to follow the parameters of the treaty that's outlined in the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. And the point of this entire letter was to point out how archaeologists who are working in this area and developers who are working in these burial grounds, they're only doing this kind of work in areas where there's Hawaiian burials. They're not going into Japanese cemeteries or Chinese cemeteries or Portuguese cemeteries or anything else. Just because of the fact that our burials are unmarked does not give them the right to go through and destroy them and take the sand away. And it's only because of firms like ASH that do poor work that this has been allowed to continue for decades, to the extent that we had to write to the United Nations to try to get relief. Because up until recently, we have had very little relief. And I don't know if any of you can imagine what it feels like, but standing there watching construction happen in a burial ground is excruciating. And many of us in Mālama Kakanilua and from the community and the larger Hawaiian community in general have had to suffer through this for decades. And so we reached out to the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination to comment. And they did comment. They sent back this letter asking the United States to check in with them, but it turns out the United States hasn't checked in with them for several years. And so the federal government is not in compliance. It's also asking the state and local government to do what they can to make sure that laws are strong enough, that laws are followed, and that our rights are protected. We have rights under international law. We also have rights under state law. We are right holders as Kanaka Maoli people. We are not stakeholders. We are right holders. And these iwi kūpuna belong to us, but more importantly, we belong to them.
Very beautiful. Thank you, Ms. Ahia, for your testimony today. Mr. Kamonu would like to ask you a few questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Auntie.
We've been going a while.
On a break.
Yeah, people could use a little break.
Okay.
Okay, let's go back on the record then. Mr. Kamano?
Okay. So, Noi, have you ever met Mr. Pantaleo?
No, I have not. I've never seen Mr. Pantaleo in person.
Have you ever noticed him at any of the Maui Island Burial Council meetings?
As far as I know, the only meeting he came to in the past several years was one meeting that I wasn't in attendance at, and he was requested there because the community was questioning the qualifications of Ms. Hazuka as a archaeologist.
Okay.
The Burial Council requested his presence, but I was not at that meeting.
Okay. You made mention about Ms. Hazuka testifying or representing in your, was that your phase 6 case?
I'm sorry, I missed a little bit of that. Can you repeat that? Sorry.
So you mentioned that Ms. Hazuka was representing Ash. Was that in your phase 6 case?
Oh, yes. The Ahia versus DLNR. She was representing Ash, and she was the one who testified in court.
Okay. You also mentioned that that she wasn't qualified. Can you expound on that? What was your?
Did you say I mentioned that she wasn't qualified?
Yes, I believe you mentioned she wasn't qualified.
Yeah, I don't believe she is qualified. She doesn't have an advanced degree, and despite the fact that, you know, she's been saying at burial council meetings that she has all this experience for over 2 decades, from what I can see, the experience that she has is incorrect. She's doing work poorly, and not with best practices in mind, not with industry standards anywhere outside of the sand dunes. And so I think that she's just been repeating the same bad work over and over, decade after decade. And in the meantime, our burials are still being disturbed as a result of that poor work.
Okay, and so we go to, you know, phase 6 when they were looking to put in that that sewer line.
Oh yes.
Okay, because it comes in your case also. Okay, so what were some of the complications with putting in the sewer line?
Yes. So this development. Sorry, I think I'm frozen again. I'm not sure. Okay, there we go.
You're good.
So this development cannot move forward with its construction without making sure that it can attach sewage properly. Problem is that the trajectory of the sewage pipes goes right through the burials, which is not okay. And so what they were proposing in the redesign was to, I think it's called augering down something like 18 feet below the burials, or actually, I'm not sure how far they said they were going to go down, but there are burials as deep as 25 feet in that project. So they were going to auger down and put a sewage line underneath where they know the burials are, but they don't necessarily know that that's all the burials that are there. And so the community was obviously outraged about that, and the burial council was outraged about that. And because the lawsuit came up, it's sort of a moot point at the moment because we're on hold because of the lawsuit. But the developer's plan was to try to put sewage pipes underneath our iwi kūpuna. And if there's one thing, there's two things that don't go together. It's iwi kūpuna and sewage. That is absolutely not okay with anybody to do to anybody's ancestors. I wouldn't do that to my worst enemy's ancestor. So the sewage line is still up in the air. Obviously, if those burials had been discovered during the AIS, if the work had been done properly, if the burial context had been identified during the AIS, the entire project could have been redesigned. And it's entirely possible that this project wouldn't have been able to move forward. And honestly, that's okay, because if it's a burial ground, there shouldn't be a project in that. But nobody would know that unless the AIS was done properly, and unless the intention of the people doing the work was to do really good work to identify what was there, and not try to just do something that made it possible for developers to move forward and build houses inside of a burial ground.
Okay.
That is cultural genocide.
Now we talked
Can you
about.
repeat that last statement that you made when the cell phone binged? I didn't hear it.
That is cultural genocide.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask you about, so what is, so you talk about the recommendation for the sewer line, right? What is ASH's part in that reconfiguration?
Well, the reason they had to reconfigure was because more burials were disturbed during monitoring. Not from the AIS, because remember, there was only 5 found in the AIS, but during monitoring, they kept encountering, over and over, they kept encountering more burials that were in the path of this, where the sewer line is supposed to go. So ASH was doing the archaeology monitoring in the project that came across those burials. And so they, I guess, work with the developer to on the redesign, but I'm imagining those are mostly engineers. But it would be the purview of the developer, I mean, of the archaeological consulting firm, to inform the developer of what is there and what is a pono path of action. And as I've stated before, many other archaeologists that I've spoken with have said they would recommend no further work in such an area. In fact, the Burial Council has recommended no further work in such of an area because we already know that it's a burial ground. You know, I sometimes wonder if Ms. Hazuka ever has said to a developer, you know what, this area is a burial ground. Maybe you shouldn't build here. I'm curious if she's ever said that to any developers, because that's something that would be pono. That is something that a true archaeologist who was skilled, had ethics, values, and held up the standard of do no harm would do. They would look at what was there, they would make an assessment, they would look at the patterns, and they would say, this is a burial ground, you shouldn't be in here. And I'll tell you, the county has now hired a county archaeologist, and I've heard things like that come out of her mouth when she testified before the county council. She has said that the sand dunes are a burial ground and you shouldn't be developing in there.
Okay.
And she's not the only one who said that.
Okay.
Yep.
So, let's see what they, oh, you know that on that phase 6, they have a preservation site, yeah? And it's actually been cut in half.
I'm gonna object. I think we just heard about this preservation site when Ms. Apana was conducting the direct examination. This is just new ground. I think it's new material and new ground.
Just one second, Mr. Horikawa, you're really difficult to hear now that you're using.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I suggest that we mute Lisa, and maybe Lisa, you can lower the volume on your computer a little bit, or maybe you can get your own set of headsets so you can monitor what's going on. And that way we don't get the feedback with you two being in the same room.
Okay.
Try again, Paul.
Wait, hold on for 1 second.
You have to say what you. So you want to repeat what you said, Mr. Horikawa?
Wait, hold on. Let's get the technical glitches out of the area.
I couldn't hear what you said.
Okay, let's try again.
How does that work? Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
Yes,
About-
thank you. We can hear you quietly, but you're not going to be speaking right now, so that's good. Right? And if we need to, when you need to speak, then we'll solve that issue when we come to it.
The objection that I had made was that Ms. Apana had asked questions of this witness a few minutes ago about the burial preserve, and so the objection is that this would be it'd be cumulative and repetitive.
Okay, understood, Mr. Kamano. If your question is aimed at adding some information, that'd be fine, but we don't need to repeat what has been said.
Okay, so I guess what I'd like to ask is, as far along as the burial preserves, because Miss Ahia, you've been throughout the Maui development, yeah, not just and you've gotten to see the different preservation sites.
Yes.
In the different areas of this development. I don't know if she froze.
Yes.
Okay. So what is your feelings as far as the preservation sites that you have seen throughout the development?
Objection on relevancy.
Okay, need to connect it to the ASH permit process.
I believe that ASH is the one. This is part of their what was that, the burial treatment preservation plan, and in a small section. I mean, the development itself for the Maui area is pretty closer in proximity, and there's several burial preserves. So it goes to question about the concern of how many actual burials are there, because and the questions that we've been asking. So my thing is, what is her, and being that Ms. Ahia has knowledge about the different preservation sites, and of course she's a cultural descendant, recognized by SHPD, what her thought is on these preservation sites that ASH actually is part of their burial treatment plan or preservation plans.
All right, and go ahead with your questions, please.
So again, Noe, what is your thoughts on the preservation sites that are within that Maui district that ASH is involved with?
Okay, so stepping back a little bit, the first image that comes to my mind is looking at the sand dunes in continuity, which we can't do anymore because they've been taken down. But we have a sand dune complex that stretches, again, like we said, from La'alaia to Waihe'e, that's contiguous and has burials throughout in patterns all the way across. So we're talking about a cultural feature of Wahi Pana or Wahi Kapu, a sacred space. It's also been listed as Wawa Kua'one, which gives it a whole nother level of significance culturally. So these sand dunes existed like this for thousands of years, and our ancestors related to them in a certain way and did our burial practices in a certain way. But because of this inappropriate development and the sand mining.
Wait. This is non-responsive to the question. This is going way off the screen.
I'm getting there.
All right, you can continue.
If you can imagine two views, you have the old view that our ancestors were able to relate to. And now when you drive through Maui Lani, what you see is these homes, cookie cutter homes and parks that look very much like San Diego or somewhere in Orange County, California. It's not Hawaii. It's not the sand dunes. The sand dunes have been erased. This is part of the settler colonialism I was talking about. And now as descendants, we can't relate in the same way. So now what we have is these neighborhoods, and in areas where there are concentrations of burials or where they have moved burials from their original context in order to allow development to continue, they put the burials in these preservation areas. So if you're driving through Maui Lani, you know, I have to be careful too, because
I think she froze.
telling what burials are borders on inappropriate. But there are areas all throughout Maui Lani where burials have been reinterred. And you know, we know where they are because we're practitioners and we go there to do our cultural practice. But it's so incongruent with what that place really is to drive through all these houses and have to go offer a ho'okupu with neighbors who don't know what's going on. They don't know they live in a burial ground. They don't know they live next to burials. And then we go there to chant and pray whatever we need to do. And sometimes our people feel embarrassed. They don't even want to go there because it's not in the original context. And they have all these foreigners who've moved into these neighborhoods because most of our people can't afford those places. All these foreigners that live there looking on at them, at us, while we're trying to do our cultural practice. And it's totally, totally incongruent with how we should, as Kanaka Maoli, be able to relate to a Wahi Pana, a Wahi Kapu, like the Puʻuone Sand Dune Complex. And so my opinion of these preservation sites is that they are the example of the erasure of Kanaka Maoli people in Hawaii. They highlight the way we're taken from our original resting place and moved to other locations to make it more convenient for developers, many of whom are foreign. HBT Maui Lani is, I think they're from Wisconsin or something like that. They're not even, you know, this is not even a Hawaiian company or a state company. So it's kind of like borders on crushing to have to relate to our kūpuna in this way. When 20 years ago, everybody, including Ash, knew that this area had high concentrations of burials. You can find it in the burial council minutes. You can find it in all of the AISs when they talk about the high concentration of burials. You can find it in almost every document that talks about the Puʻuone Sand Dune Complex that says there is a high likelihood of finding more burials and there is a high concentration of burials. Now, when we had mediation over the Phase 9 case, the mediator asked Ms. Hazuka how many burials were found in the Maui Lani Project District, because we have been asking for years and could never get an answer. And her answer was 700 find sites. Now, find site is I asked actually several archaeologists because they all have different definitions of what a find site is. But she told them, the mediator, that there were 700 find sites. And that's just what's been reported. And that's just since reports have been required. We don't know how many there were before the burial laws were written. We don't know how many left in trucks that were taken to have cement made out of them. We will never know that, like I said before. But Ash kept that number from the public for years. For years. We were asking, the burial council was asking how many, and she refused to say how many there were. So we finally found out there's over 700 find sites in the Maui Lani Project District. And that's just what's been reported. That is an insane amount of burials that have been disturbed. Had the work been done correctly in the early 2000s or even before, we could have stopped this. They could have stopped it. Ash could have stopped it. But they didn't. They just kept going because this is their livelihood. This is their, you know, they get paid to do this work.
Okay.
But, you know, archaeologists that have better standards, maybe because of their education or just their sensitivity, have purposely stayed out of the sand dunes because of this.
Okay. So the group name that we have, Kakanilua, is there a significance to is there a significance of why that name we use that name for our organization?
Sorry, I froze for a second, but I think you're asking me about Kakanilua. Yes, Kakanilua was a battle. I think it was the last hand-to-hand battle that was fought. It was in mid-17, I think I want to say 1776, I think.
Yeah.
And it was fought between Colonial Pu'u from Mokuokeawe and Kahikili, as well as Kahahana from Oahu, who had come over to support Kahikili. And so in this battle, Colonial Pu'u is coming towards the sand dunes, heading towards Iao. It says in the mo'olelo to drink the waters of Iao. But they get intercepted by Kahikili soldiers and basically slaughtered. The Alapa and the Pi'ipi'i warriors from Mokuokeawe were the elite warriors. They were all family to Colonial Pu'u. And they were slaughtered in the sand dunes. And it's a very famous mo'olelo. It's found in Kamakau. It's talked about in Kalakawa's book, The Legends and Myths of Hawaii. Westerfeld talked about it. Not that that's the most, significant reference, but even Lauren Thurston talks about it. And in Lauren Thurston's account, he talks about walking through the sandhills of Wailuku and seeing accoutrements of war, seeing mahioli and feathered capes and skulls and bones. And of course, this is in the 18, I'm not sure what year Thurston wrote that, but that's almost 200 years ago, possibly. And so, nobody actually knows what happened in those 200 years because there aren't a lot of records about, there was no archaeological records in the mid 1800s. So we don't know what happened to all of those things that Thurston documents in his testimony about going through the sandhills of Wailuku. But what we do know is that there was a battle. It's very well documented, and those ancestors perished somewhere in the sand dunes in an area called Kakanilua. And so our group, Mālama Kakanilua, is named that to remember those warriors. And so as it turns out, those warriors from Mokuokeawe, from Colonial Pu'u, are my ancestors. I come directly from that line, as well as from Maui lines. But I have a responsibility to make sure that those iwi kūpuna are protected as well. Now, a lot of the archaeology work that's been done in the area, they keep telling us has not turned up necessarily warriors that they know of, although in the Safeway case, there were some that appeared to be warriors, but it wasn't documented as such in the reports that Ash did. But some folks in the community have said that there isn't enough evidence about that battle archaeologically, but I think that's because archaeology work didn't really start in Hawaii until much later. But nevertheless, the battle did happen. It's written about by some of our most esteemed scholars, and it's part of our kuleana to continue to tell that story, that mo'olelo, to teach our kids about it, and to sounds kind of corny, but for me, because I come from both lines, from the Kahikili line and the Colonial Pu'u line, to make peace for our ancestors in that area. And part of the way that our generation can make peace is by protecting their iwi kūpuna that perished there and should be there undisturbed until the end of time. But unfortunately, again, because of the desecration, because of the sand mining, because of the poor archaeology work, many of those ancestors were disturbed. And much of that sand that they may have become a part of, they may have disintegrated into, so much of that sand was taken off of site to make cement for buildings. And much of it was shipped to Oahu.
Okay, so another question as far as the mo'olelo or the story. What significant role does the sand dune play in Kahikili's success in defeating Kalaniʻapuʻu's warriors?
Well,
I'm going to object at this point just on grounds of relevancy.
Well,
I can say it real quick.
So to give clarity, I mean, it's the mo'olelo of an area that actually has now, because it's been desecrated and destroyed, not only that the iwi kūpuna have gone, but and archaeology doesn't only deal with like the physical part of just the human being, but also the stories that are culturally connected to the area, as well as art, historic artifacts such as the uniforms that they use, the weapons that were there. But I think for this case, it's a significant, ash plays a significant part in a lot of the loss of the mo'olelo, because their part that they play in actually having the sand removed. And I was trying to get to Noe about what part just the sand dunes itself plays in that mo'olelo, because it's part of that.
I will just add that Mr. Kamano, he had talked about this when we met 2 weeks ago. He went into great detail on it, and I believe my understanding is that the hearing officer incorporated his testimony into as part of his direct testimony, even though he wasn't under oath. So, well, I'm just gonna make a standing objection that this is covered already and it's cumulative and repetitive, but we'll see what the.
Okay.
I'll live with whatever ruling the hearing officer makes on that.
I am going to sustain the objection. The information is of course important, but it is taking us away from the issues that are before us relating to whether or not ash should get a permit to do work. So we need to bring it back to those issues if we can.
Okay, so Miss Ahia,
Yes, Uncle.
so as far, I mean, for the mo'olelo, I mean, is it the same? I mean, is it? How can I put it? I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm going to just ask you if you have any final thoughts that about any final thoughts that you would like to add to what we've already talked about.
I have a continuing objection on that.
Okay, let's see what the thoughts are. And
yeah.
Oh, I just want to say briefly, first of all, thank you to everyone for being here. Our iwi kūpuna are our collective inheritance as Kanaka Maoli people, and we have lost so much over the last 127 years. And the protection of iwi kūpuna is primary in the health and well-being restoration of Kanaka Maoli people. And it's all of our job as a community. If you live in Hawaii, you have to understand Hawaii and you have to understand the aina that you're on. And, it's a new day. Things are changing, attitudes are shifting, consciousness is raising. And, for whatever happened in the past that was really bad, and it was really bad, I hope that we've all learned from this. I hope that, we can see archaeology in Hawaii change, and we can see the laws being followed, and we can see people who aren't qualified maybe finding other ways of acquiring work so that they don't have to be without work, but maybe not being allowed to do this level of work. It's just been too long. It's been decades that our kūpuna have been disturbed and desecrated, and it has a profound psychological, spiritual, emotional, mental, and physical impact on Kanaka Maoli people. And I hope and I pray that that comes to an end and our iwi kūpuna can be protected, respected, revered, uplifted, and elevated the way they deserve to be, as should the Kanaka Maoli people. Thank you.
Okay, I am done. Mr. Chang, I'm done with my you.
All right. Mr. Horikawa, would you like to ask questions, or would you like a break before doing so?
Can we go into a breakout room? I have to speak to Miss
Yes, we can.
Well, you know, we'll just go outside for a few seconds because we were talking about some issues on the last break. And so I just wanted to just talk to her for a few minutes. And one of us is going to do the cross-examination, but we'll see.
Okay.
Lisa, you want to go outside? 2 minutes, 3 minutes, maybe.
Okay. We'll take a short break.
All right.
Thank you, Uncle Connie.
Thank you.
This is your key. I know. You gotta feel comfortable with your key. I'm not as smart as you think.
Yes, you are.
That was very quick, but we've lost we've lost some parties. So hold on.
We lost the witness. Okay.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Oh, we just lost
Whenever they,
Miss Hazuka.
And Mr. Horikawa, did you decide who was going to do the questioning?
Yes, we're going to put that on the record in 2 minutes, as soon as Miss Hazuka is back.
Okay, I just wanted to figure out the sound issues if you think it needs to.
Okay, yeah. I will. We'll work on that just to make sure all the technical issues are under control. How's that?
Okay, I'm all about the technical issues. Thank you.
You're there? Are you there?
Yep, I'm there.
Okay. This is going to be a bit unusual, Mr. Chang, but
Are we back on the record? Sorry.
no, not yet. We'll be there.
Hold on. Ms. Apana, Mr. Kamano, are you guys ready to go? Ms. Apana?
She's muted.
Yeah, I asked her to unmute.
Okay. We're here.
Okay, you ready to go?
We're here.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's in a wrong.
Lisa
okay,
has
on the record.
Lisa has told me that she wanted to conduct a cross-examination of Miss Ahia. I don't. If that's okay with the hearing officer, I mean.
That is okay with me.
Okay. And I'm assuming that only one individual will be allowed to cross-examine.
Unit rule, yes.
Well, I thought we did away with the unit rule.
Well, no, we have multiple parties on petitions.
Okay. Jessica, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute my, I guess, me, so that there's no feedback. Is that okay?
Yeah, that should work. Thank you.
You're going to have to turn yours up there.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't see Ms. Apana or Mr. Kamano.
We're here.
Okay, okay to proceed. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Noelani, let's start with the Safeway project. And you discussed that during the Safeway project that there was no burial council. And are you aware that ash went before the burial council in April and May, as well as several...
You just froze for a second.
I froze?
Yeah, okay, there you go. You're back.
Okay.
It's my computer. I have funky internet, so it freezes periodically. Apologies. I'll just ask you to repeat if I missed something.
Okay. Are you aware that ash went before the burial council in April of 2012 and May of 2012 to discuss the burials found at what we call the Safeway or the Maui Commercial Project, and that several burial council members came out to the site in May of 2012, as well as other occasions?
Well, what I have in my notes is a meeting August 25th, 2010, and then no other meeting until May 30th, 2012. So there's almost a 2-year gap there where there was no meeting. And yes, I am aware that you went before the burial council in May of 2012. That's in the records.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Also, let's see. We'll go to phase 9. You discussed in the phase 9 that ash was not monitoring the day that you went out there and were conducting your traditional practices.
That's correct.
Okay. Are you aware that that day that the landowner went out there to move a stockpile and did not consult or notify ash that they would be out there?
I have heard you say that before. I am aware of that. But the fact remains that equipment was moving, which according to the monitoring plan, there's supposed to be a monitor present. So whether that was the developer's fault, you know, that's between you guys. But there was earth being moved with heavy equipment and no monitor was present.
So you do agree that if an archaeological firm is not notified by the landowner that they're going to work, they can't possibly be on site to monitor any activity?
Well, what I understand is that part of the condition of the monitoring plan is that the developer is supposed to meet with the archaeological firm, and all of the dates are supposed to be set in advance so that you guys know what's going on, so that you can be present when earth moving work is happening.
Yes, you usually have a pre-construction meeting and everyone knows that the consultant has to be notified a week or 3 days before. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. So let's go to phase 6, Maui phase 6. There was a discussion about the work being stopped.
No, it froze.
Okay, can you hear me yet?
Okay, everything froze for a second. Could you repeat that?
Okay, we're at Maui phase 6, and you had discussed that the project was stopped at increment 4 because there was no monitoring plan. Are you aware actually that there were so many monitoring plans for phase 6 that Dr. Ferris was confused about which one was applicable and asked Ash to update the plan? It wasn't that there was no accepted plan.
The letter that he sent to the county said that there was no working plan. So whatever that means, there wasn't, because of the confusion or whatever it was, there wasn't a working plan on record that he had access to.
Okay. I can just advise you that he called Ash to say which monitoring plan was applicable. How about, because of the duration, why don't you and Jeff do a new monitoring plan? And that's why it was updated with the new information.
Excuse me, who's testifying here?
Ms. Ahia.
I see. I was just wondering.
Okay.
Also, on the subject of Dr. Ferris, you discussed his statistical analysis. And are you aware that his statistical analysis was based on the data that he received from ASH for the identified sites?
I am aware of that, yes.
Okay. So is it true to say that he could never have come up with this analysis had he not had the data that we had provided on where the burials were identified?
It maybe for that particular study, that could be true.
Okay.
But again, that was data that was found outside of the context of the Archaeological Inventory Survey. It was found years right after and then some years later.
Okay. And have you been at a burial council meeting where ASH has discussed the constraints of an AIS and also offered ways that we thought it could be better implemented due to the constraints of grubbing permits or what have you?
Well, I have been at burial council meetings, yes, when you've discussed the constraints. And one of the constraints that you bring up continually is that you can only test a small percentage of the land without having a permit, and that it's a catch-22. But when I spoke to archaeologists from other firms, they said, I don't know why Lisa does that. That's not true. We test as much area as we need to get accurate readings. So that is the understanding I have from several other archaeology firms on Maui.
And do you know what the county requirement is to obtain a grubbing permit?
What the county requirement is that the county has to go to SHPD and it has to be signed off on by SHPD.
Right. And yes. And do you know what the landowner, what's the requirement for a landowner if they excavate or grub a certain amount of area? They must go before, or they must apply for a grubbing permit. Do you know the requirements of a grubbing permit?
That it has to go to SHPD to be approved first, and SHPD has to determine whether or not an archaeological inventory survey is necessary, whether or not one's on file, and what kind of work needs to be done based on the context of that area and previous reports in the area.
Okay, sorry, I guess I'm not being clear. As far as if a landowner is going to affect their land, do you know when they must apply for a grubbing permit? What are the parameters where they must apply for one? In other words, acreage, cubic yards, do you know that?
I do.
I'm going to object.
At the,
I want to object to the questioning. I don't see the relevance to her having that knowledge as far as the county's grubbing permit and how it's relative to ash. And what she's.
It goes to how an AIS is conducted in areas that are heavily vegetated with kiawe forest and grasses.
Okay, the objection's overruled. Questioning can continue.
I do understand that some projects that are under an acre don't require a grading and grubbing permit. We came across that with Homemade Bakery, and that was very problematic because there were burials there. As far as the parameters beyond that, I don't have the county code in front of me, so no, I'm not aware of exactly what's required.
Okay, that's fine. So it's an acre. Is it fair to say that you're very familiar with the AIS for the Phase 6?
I'm relatively aware.
Okay. And based on your comment that ASH conducts poor practices and does not try to find burials, are you aware in the AIS that initially 52 trenches were excavated, and once the burials were identified, that additional 7 trenches were excavated around the known finds?
Yes, I am aware of that. I did see that in the report. I was also told by folks who have worked with you before that you have told them that if they think that there's a burial in a specific area, that they should look elsewhere or trench elsewhere.
Okay, that's an untrue statement, but okay, moving on. Let's go to the discussion about the 84 individuals, because that seemed to be very important, and it is. And I believe, which exhibit was that? Let's look at here. The monitoring plan. And you discussed that the 84 ancestors were never reported as far as you understood?
I said I have not seen them in the burial council minutes for 2007 or 2008, which in the 2013 final burial component of a data recovery plan, sorry, earlier I was referring to it as a preservation plan. It says that from August 2007 to April 2008, these 84 individuals were found. And when I look through the burial council minutes, I do not see these 84 burials represented.
Okay, and you are aware of that ASH uses TS numbers. So because these are final numbers, a TS number is not listed in here. So you may not recognize that they were discussed at a burial council.
Did you count up 84 burials? Because when I did the math, I did not count up a total of 84 burials. So
if you would have looked further on that page that you referenced on page, I believe it was page 6, and it quantified the 84 individuals, and it stated something about 40 in situ burials and 29 disarticulated EV. So at that point, yes, at that point, the number, the MNI, we thought was 29. So that was the clarification there.
Okay, what it says is these features appear to represent 84 individuals comprised of primary N20, partial primary N20, secondary deposits / scatters, which we call in it disarticulated 29, and probable burial pits, which will likely contain in situ burials.
Yes, so the 29 was referring to the disarticulated EV, and I just wanted to see if you recalled that we do have TS numbers, and that at that point, all inadvertent burial sites were reported to the burial council.
I object. Is there a question or is this testifying?
The question was, did she understand that there were TS numbers discussed at burial council, and so perhaps the feature number and the final site number that was used in this was not recognizable when she looked at the minutes?
That's not what she said.
I'm sorry, I froze. Can I answer? Or
Yes.
are we objection?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I do understand that they're given temporary sites, and I do see them all in the document that you submitted after Barker Ferris asked you to submit the interim monitoring report in 2018. But as I'm looking through the burial council minutes, I still don't see either temporary sites or the 5718 number. I think that's what it was, that represents 84 individuals on in this Maui phase 6. So we can go back and do the math if you'd like, but I don't see them represented here.
What exhibit are you on?
I see the 72 burials across the street that are listed here, the 62 in situ burials and 10 previously disturbed that are in phase 8. I see the 12 burials found within Maui Parkway corridor. I see the 12 more burials found within Maui Parkway. I see 24 burials in situ at 25 localities, representing 12 individuals at phase 6.
I don't have those minutes, so or none of us do.
Okay, well, I don't.
Okay.
Math doesn't add up.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Okay, you discussed about past due monitoring reports.
Yes.
And are you aware that if burials were found on any projects that may have past due reports, that they do have accepted burial preservation plans, burial component of a data recovery plan?
So what you're saying, if I understand you correctly, is you're saying that burials that were discovered have data recovery plans or preservation plans, but still there are no monitoring reports that were turned in for them? Is that what you're saying?
For some of those that do not have monitoring reports, and if burials were identified, there is minimally a burial preservation plan that shows what was found, where it was found, all except for phase 9, which is ongoing.
I do understand that, and I do believe that burial monitoring reports are still required.
Correct.
And they were not turned in, have not been turned in to date. Only 3 have been turned in out of the multiple projects that you've done in the Maui Project District.
And you do understand that if a project is still ongoing, it will not have a monitoring report, correct? There may be an interim, but if it's still ongoing, it will not have a monitoring report.
Actually, hang on. Actually, what I understand is that in 2003, Shipty said the archaeological consultants will establish a report schedule in consultation with his office, which will establish an acceptable time frame for submittal of all outstanding archaeological monitoring reports. And it says this because given the extent of the Maui Project archaeological monitoring reports associated with this project, which are still outstanding, we request the following condition be attached to the subdivision permit. So what it sounds like it's saying to me is reports haven't been turned in, so they're asking for a timeline for reports to be given. So this was in 2003. This is 17 years ago, and still only 3 reports have been turned in. So I fail to see where suggesting that it's because those projects aren't done is the reason for not turning them in. I feel like that fails the test of what was supposed to be done and what actually happened.
Yeah. And just you do know that several of our reports are not being reviewed since the June 2019. Actually, none of the reports from ASH in 2019 are being reviewed because of the permit issue.
Okay, so are you suggesting that all those years from 2003 until 2019, when you only turned in 3 reports, that suddenly the rest of them you turned in 2019 as a result of this inquiry about your company and its ability to practice archaeology?
Not at all. I just asked if you were aware that if a project wasn't completed, you do understand that a monitoring report is not required. That was the question.
Okay, so I think the wells were completed. I'm not sure if the school was completed. Kuikahi extension was completed. I think there was maybe Schuler homes in there. The Safeway is completed, and I haven't seen those are completed projects that I haven't seen reports for. So I'm hoping that if you do have those reports, that you can provide them for us. That would be very helpful.
Okay. Let's go to. in the, you referenced two reports. I think it was one from 2008 and 2013 about the intermittent monitoring. Did you understand that construction was intermittent during that period? That's why monitoring was intermittent during that period?
Okay, well, the language says intermittent monitoring. And then in a report for the same project, we have a mo'olelo about a construction worker pulling out a kiawe tree with ivy in the roots and then leaving the project to go to another project to get an archaeological monitor to evaluate or assess or whatever it is that needs to be done. And so that tells me that there was no monitor with that construction crew when they were doing that work in Maui Phase 6. So that would be working without a monitor or intermittent monitoring, meaning they couldn't possibly be there. And also, it would be really nice if you could provide your notes from your employers as well as your field notes so that we could know who actually was there, because like I testified before.
Hang on, folks. We've lost our court reporter. I'm sorry. So we've got to reconnect.
Okay, I'm back. I don't know when you guys noticed I disappeared. Sorry, I lost internet at my whole house.
We didn't. What do you have as your last thing?
Okay, I need to pull up my other, the stuff on my other computer and get my other computer going too. Sorry, like the whole house just went out.
Take a moment, let's get reset.
Okay.
It's not supposed to discuss everything. That's the hurricane. The AIS was approved, and the monitoring plan was also approved by SHPD. It's by the K.
Okay, that should be my other computer coming in as well.
Okay.
And then where I left off, it was pretty early in the answer right after you had frozen. Let me see. The question was, did she understand that there were TS numbers discussed at Burial Council? And so perhaps the feature number and the final site number that was used in this was not recognizable when she looked at the minutes. And then the answer was, yes, I do understand that they're given temporary sites, and I do see them all in the documents that you submitted after Baker Ferris asked you to submit the interim monitoring report in 2018. But as I'm looking through and then I lost you guys.
Oh, that's a long time ago.
That was a while ago.
Can this be taken off the video at a later time? Because the video.
I don't know. Is this being saved? I don't know if the YouTube is being saved.
The YouTube is going to be available for a little while. So if you want to see, you can pick it up from there, or we can go with my notes and stuff. But I can tell you what we talked about, and you want to repeat that, or let's think about how to handle this.
Okay, I won't go on the record yet, and yeah, let me know what you guys want to do.
I don't know if I'll remember all what I said, but
I mean, I can if it's on the YouTube and I can find it, I can go back and transcribe it and insert it. I can do that.
That would be fine. We kind of talked back and forth, so.
Let me relate to you what I have in my notes.
Okay, and I'll put that on the record.
On the record, and then you can Ms. Ahia and Ms. Hazuka can clarify and correct, because I'm not sure I'm getting everything here, but I pick up from what you said. We talked about phase 8. There were 72 burials across the street, 62 and 10. There were 12 in the Maui Lani Parkway, 24 in situ at phase 6, 12 individual. We also talked about, Ms. Ahia was asked about past due burial monitoring reports being required. but only 3 were turned in. And the relationship between burial preservation plans and burial recovery plans. And then Ms. Ahia was asked about if a project is still ongoing, did she understand whether or not monitoring reports were not required? Talked about 2003, a reference to the 2003 SHPE letter asking archaeological consultants to have archaeological monitoring reports, and that reports needed to be turned in, but there were only 3 that were turned in, and she felt that this did not meet what SHPE was asking archaeological consultants to do. There's more, but let me stop there.
That was pretty good.
Okay, if people want to supplement what I relayed. Okay,
I think the last thing we talked about. Oh, sorry. No, I think basically you got the gist of it, unless Noelani has something to add.
No, I think it would still be good to go back to the YouTube and make sure that
agreed
gets inserted into the record.
Okay, I'm going to give this anyway so that Jessica will have at least the base.
One thing that was missed in the notes a little bit was that she was asking me if I understood that when they do burial treatment plans or burial components of preservation plans and all of those reports, that all of the burials are documented. And she was suggesting that that could be in lieu of a report. And so I went on to say that reports are still required, and she agreed reports are still required. They just are required, and that only those 3 were turned in. And then she went on to say that they have pending reports that haven't been approved because they don't have their permit right now. So they're sitting at SHPE since 2019. And I went on to say, since 2003, only 3 reports were turned in. But there were multiple projects that were worked on that are complete. And so since there are multiple projects that are complete, there are reports that have been due for over a decade that have not been turned in. And that is she now turning in all those reports as of 2019.
So, and I have a list of 4 completed reports. I don't have all the details, but one was wells, the other was pools, the third was kuikahi, and the 4th was Safeway.
Were those put into the what do you call it? Exhibits?
No. I have those as you're testifying.
Oh, those are projects that have been completed that don't have reports.
Right. And then the last notes I have was
that I know of.
Was asking about the 2008 report and the 2013 report and the reference to intermittent monitoring. Ms. Haska was asking whether Ms. Ahia understood that it could be because the construction activity was intermittent. And in response, Ms. Ahia referred to the incident of the construction worker finding EV in the roots of a kiawe tree and having to go to another project to find a monitor and the like. So that was for Maui Lani Phase 6, and she felt that showed there was no monitoring being done. And so that's the last that I had.
That's correct.
Okay, we can
I
pick
can't
up.
remember that. I think that's about where we stopped.
Okay, and then Jessica, if you could fill in the blanks, we can continue on.
Okay, so going back to the intermittent monitoring and the construction worker, are you aware of actually what was going on that day and how that was discovered? That it was a water truck driver, not a ground altering activity?
Well, the only way I would know that if it was put into a report, which goes to the incompleteness of the reports that we have. So all it says in this, and when I'm talking about these documents, these aren't monitoring reports. These are preservation plans and data recovery plans. So in the burial treatment and preservation plan, for previously identified burial site 5719, this is from 2007. It says, A construction worker identified a long bone eroding out of the root ball of a pushed kiave tree. The construction personnel informed the archaeologists who were monitoring at another location within Maui. ASH personnel inspected the root ball and surrounding site and identified 2 separate areas of skeletal remains, features 1 and 2. Feature 3 was located away from these 2 scatters.
Okay.
So what that says to me is if it's different from this, then it was not reported correctly. And if it was a water truck, why were they driving in an area and why was there no monitor present when any kind of work was going on in an area as sensitive as this?
You make a good point, and that was clarified in Burial Council, but we'll make sure that it's included in an updated report because it was only included in the AIS. That was part of the burials that were discussed in the Phase 6 AIS.
Mm-hmm.
And that was 571, Site 5718, Features 1 and 2.
Oh, 5719.
No.
You're right, 5718, 1 and 2. This report
Yes.
has 5719,
Yes.
5718, 1 and 2.
Yes. And so we talked about the constraints of an AIS. It appears that you don't agree with that, but you do understand that an AIS cannot find everything, that the goal of an AIS is to get an idea of what type of sites are there and the, I guess the site types. And that you only get the subsurface, a glimpse of the subsurface for an AIS. It cannot find 100% of the historic properties.
I'm gonna disagree with you because what Ash found in Phase 6 was 3% of the historic properties. So we're not saying like, oh, an AIS can't find 100%, but we're hoping for 80%. That'll give us a good idea. Then the Burial Council can decide appropriate buffer zones. We can have a really smart conversation about how to protect these burials. But this AIS found 3%. 3. If that's not negligent work, I don't know what is. As far as I understand, the AIS is the tool that we have that exists in the law to protect our burials. And the way that it does that is by accurately assessing burial grounds and understanding them in context as burial grounds, and then having appropriate buffer zones or site avoidance measures, or tell the developer no, because this is a burial ground. The AIS is what is supposed to get us to that point of what can and cannot be done in this particular development. But when you only find 3%,
yes,
you go from 5 to 180. To me, that is poor work. And I don't mean anything personal by it, but a 3% on anything, it gets you a failure, gives you an F.
Okay. And you do understand, as has been discussed at very many Burial Council meetings, that the TS number 180 does not mean that there are 180 burials that have been found. You do understand that. It's been discussed before. What
we have, I'm going to go to the findings of facts and conclusions of law from Ahia versus
where Cardoza accepted the AIS and said that it was adequate?
In this preliminary phase, because the entire case has not been heard yet. But when we talk about the number, we had 170 iwi kūpuna, including 120 in situ or possible in situ iwi kūpuna, and an additional 40 to 50 finds of disarticulated iwi kūpuna, in addition to other archaeological finds, have been encountered at increment 4. So that's 120 plus 40 is 160 plus 10, 120, 70, plus 10 more is 170. So we're looking at 170. Okay, not 180. Excuse me, 170. that's still around 3%. So I don't know how you can justify only finding 3%.
Okay.
I think it's
oh, go ahead.
well,
okay,
you guys already know what I think about that.
You are aware of the Safeway project, and are you aware that only one burial was found during the AIS of the Safeway project, and that was by a very reputable firm?
I think there was 5.
No,
but I'm not as familiar with the Safeway project.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have that AIS in front of you? We could take a look.
I don't have it in front of me. I just know it.
So is that not
okay. Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't really speak to that.
Is it clear and is it agreed that the Safeway was not an ash project in terms of doing the AIS?
Yes, it's very clear. It was another firm.
Ms. Ahia, you?
Ash, I believe Ash did some of the work after the AIS.
We did the monitoring.
Okay, thank you.
What about Waiale A&B Hawaiian Cement? Are you aware there that's where 5 burials
it's cutting
were found?
out. You just cut out. All I heard was A&B Hawaiian Cement.
Hawaiian Cement. I think that might be what you're thinking about, where there was 2 locations with 5 burials found during the AIS, and that was by another firm, not Ash.
Well, the other example that I gave of work being like way under scope was Noelani Phase 8, where I think there were no burials found. I think it was 2006 that you folks turned in that report, and then the 72 were found.
Are you aware that some of the 72 are in Maui Parkway and some of the others are in Phase 8?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of upsetting to know that our burials are in the middle of the parkway, Maui Parkway. I don't think people know when they're driving down Maui Parkway that they're driving over burials.
And you do understand that was a burial, no, that's a burial council decision that no archaeological firm decides where a burial goes, whether it's preserved in place or whether it's relocated. We can make recommendations, but we do not decide.
But had those been found in the context of an AIS, they would have gone to the burial council and it would have been the burial council's jurisdiction, whereas it was SHPT's jurisdiction when it was found as an quote unquote inadvertent find. But again, this is a known burial area and everybody knows these are burials. So even to call them inadvertent finds is problematic.
Do you agree that on an inadvertent find, which I know you don't like, that SHPD does make the decision, but also in consultation with the geographic rep, as well as any other recognized consultants if they are out there, or descendants, excuse me?
Mm-hmm. Well, SHPT has the full legal jurisdiction. Sometimes they reach out and consult, but they are not required to. They are only by law required to give that determination within the 48 hours of being asked for it.
And are you aware that at Maui Lani that 48 hours is rarely instituted, and there's a lot of consultation and a lot of discussion on redesign in order to try to preserve your history, your ancestors in place?
Well, I do understand that there's been a lot of conversation. Unfortunately, Mālama Kakanilua was never a part of that conversation about redesigns, and many of the burial council have suggested that they have felt left out of that process and that they haven't been properly consulted about those redesigns. So, you know, I'm not sure who you were consulting with because I don't have records about that consultation. If you did do it, but I do know that you said that there were no recognized descendants and therefore you didn't have to meet with us. So
that was at the time when there was not. If you do recall, yourself and Mr. Ampong have both been recognized very recently. Is that correct?
Well, as my sister and my brother-in-law and my auntie and my cousins and some other folks. But yes, There were no descendants on record. However, there were Native Hawaiian organizations like Mālama Kakanilua and community members who were reaching out, including myself, asking for consultation, and that never happened.
And when were you recognized as a cultural descendant?
I was recognized at the January 2019 Maui Lanai Island Burial Council meeting.
Okay, and are you aware that we did not do any preservation plans, or that ASH didn't do any type of preservation plans or anything during that time period from when you were recognized?
I do understand that. My point is that even before I was recognized, I was still a descendant, as are the rest of the community members who advocate, as well as being a recognized organization. And ASH was asked by the Burial Council in 2017 and 2018 to consult with us as a group, regardless of the fact of whether or not we were recognized descendants, and that never happened.
And along that line of consultation, are you aware that ASH has met with other cultural consultants, other descendants, and respected Hawaiian leaders in the community that do not align themselves with Mālama Kakanilua?
The only people that I know for a fact that you've met with was Mr. Ampong after he was recognized a couple months after I was. I am aware of that. And again, that would have been 2019. I would imagine that you spoke regularly with Les Kulaloyo because he was the paid consultant for Maui Lani Partners. So I would imagine he was part of those conversations. I would imagine you probably spoke with Dana Hall. I know that she may have been involved on some level because she worked closely with Uncle Les. I'm sure there were people who you may have spoken with.
Is it a true statement that all cultural groups, Native Hawaiian organizations, do all agree on the same treatment of burial sites within a development?
I lost the last part of that. You said, do all agree what?
Do all agree on the treatment of Native Hawaiian burial sites within a development, such as, of course, the goal is preservation in place, but do all organizations and cultural groups agree on the proper treatment?
I would say no, but the preference is always to preserve in place unless it's impossible. But when I think of impossible, I think about something like where maybe there's already a road there and then a burial is found when the road is opened up. It's truly inadvertent and then you need to move it because it's under the road. Not when it's a situation where you have burials under where a road could potentially go, and then you move those burials out of the way, even though they were there first and they have a right to be there, and then you put a road on top of it. That to me is not okay, and I can't imagine most Kanaka thinking that that's okay. Just generally speaking, Kanaka don't like burials disturbed. No human being does. This is a humanitarian issue. Nobody wants their burials disturbed. This is a truly humanitarian issue. And there may be people who are willing to move them for different reasons. Maybe they're being paid by the developer. I don't know. There's a lot of reasons why some people end up going to what I might consider the dark side, or maybe compromise Kanaka values for other reasons, which I may never understand. But it is true that not every Hawaiian organization or even individual feels the same about the treatment, but I will say that all Hawaiians think that disturbing burials is wrong. Okay. I'm hard pressed to find any Kanaka Maoli who would tell you, unless they're so colonized because of, again, the settler colonialism that we talked about, the dispossession, the forced assimilation, and the fracturing of our cultural practices and our connection and our core to kūpuna. You might find some very American Hawaiians who might say, go ahead and dig up burials. But even then, I think you'd be hard pressed to find them.
And isn't it true that every time Mālama Kakanilua or yourself discusses the burials when they're found, it's always they were unearthed, they were disturbed. Do you recognize that a lot of burials are found in place and are not disturbed during monitoring?
I do understand that. So when we're talking about 170 burials in a project that, 165 of weren't found in the AIS. Yes, there were many burials that were preserved in place once they were discovered, but their preserve in place and their buffer zones were limited because they weren't found in the AIS, and they didn't go before the Burial Council for determination. They went to SHPD, and SHPD set a perimeter around this preservation site that you folks did the 2013 plan for. But then, as you know, you guys continued as construction continued, because you are, enjoined with the construction. So, but because you're there, the construction can continue. So the construction continued, and we continued to find more burials that reached way outside of the scope of that original burial preserve. And had sufficient work been done initially, that entire area could have been protected, and there could have been potentially no development allowed. Because if you couldn't get to the other side of the burial preserve because of the burial preserve, then that whole area would have been off limits for development. We wouldn't even be talking about sewer lines, because you wouldn't have been able to access it. But that's not what happened, because they were considered inadvertent, because they were found with the 97% that came up after the AIS.
The numbers are not being accurately represented, but there still was a high amount of numbers found during monitoring. And do you not understand that we don't mean inadvertent as disrespectful? It's just that the exact location of that individual is not known.
Oh, that's not what inadvertent means at all, because a lot of times you do know the exact location. When you have an in situ burial, you know the exact location. It's considered,
after it's discovered.
It's considered inadvertent because it wasn't found during the AIS. But you have to remember too that the law says a previously known burial is one that's found during the AIS or by known oral and written testimony. And the community has been testifying for years, for over a decade, that these are known burials, and yet nothing has been done about that, and they've still been considered inadvertent. So inadvertent has a very, very different consequence to what happens to the burials than previously known. So if you don't find them during the AIS and you find them during monitoring, they get way less protection, and developers are allowed to get away with way more than they would have had they been found in the AIS, which seems to be why so much of your work is so disappointing. And you don't find, well, it's probably very pleasing to the developer, but for the families and the Kanaka Maoli people, it's very disappointing that you don't find them during the AIS.
Let's go with that. So do you understand all the steps that are taken when an inadvertent burial is found?
I understand that the police are supposed to be called, which from what I understand from the records, that does not always happen. I understand there's supposed to be an osteologist, the medical examiner actually, but I believe we don't have a forensics medical examiner on Maui at the moment, or we didn't. So it's supposed to be an osteologist that makes the determination. And from what I understand, that doesn't always happen. And then the regional rep is supposed to be contacted. Well, first law enforcement and SHPD get contacted. And the regional rep is supposed to be contacted.
Okay.
And the area is supposed to be roped off and protected.
Yes. And are you aware that once a burial site is found, that you need to try to determine the extent, as well as take the steps to move construction to another area, as well as slow down construction, talk to an engineer in the county for redesign? Are you aware of all those steps?
I totally am aware of that. And again, my point of contention is that had those burials been found in the AIS in the first place, there would be no construction in that area, and you wouldn't need to go through this process, because they would have already been protected, preserved, and within the context of an appropriate buffer zone and preservation area.
So most everyone understands that you cannot find all burial sites during an inventory survey, but we don't seem to be getting anywhere with that.
Ms. Hazuka, there's a big difference between all burials, 80%, 70%, maybe even 50%, and 3%. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say about that. 3% is so mina. It's so small in terms, in comparison to what was found in the rest of this project in this giant sand dune that everybody knows likely has burials, including you, because all your reports say there's a high likelihood of finding burials because it's a sand dune.
Okay, do you understand that not all sand dunes have burials in, for instance, increments 1, 2, and 3?
I do understand that there were no burials found during monitoring. That does not mean there were no burials there, because this project was a site of sand mining previously and other uses. So it's entirely possible that those burials might have been taken off site in a truck and put on a barge and shipped to Oahu for cement. Is that not possible?
We weren't there. That's how the Buddy Neller site was found back in the 80s. That was the main sand borrow pit, and you can see it on the USGS maps. There was a lot of disturbance in the rest of phase 6 from some sand mining, but there was also like access roads and stuff like that. But to insinuate that it was probably trucked away, I don't know that you could say that.
Well, you indicated that you were asking me if I understood that not all dunes had burials. And my point is that, you know, these areas, some of them are hard to assess because there was previous work, but there was 2797 right there, which you knew about from the Buddy Neller find, which you just referenced, which is referenced in the AIS. And so knowing that adjacent to this dune were 25 burials, it just seems kind of like common sense that you might consider that the rest of the dune that follows along might also have burials in it. But I guess they never got tested because I don't know why, but they didn't get tested, they didn't get found, and then they got found in monitoring and did not get the same protections as they would have had they been found in the AIS.
Let's see here. I guess the last couple more comments. What you discussed about the firm that said that they would not test or excavate any anomalies if they were near a burial area.
Mm-hmm.
How do you account then for those anomalies that were excavated that did not find any cultural items or burials?
I'm sorry, can you say that again? I lost you for a second. My apologies.
I said, you discussed about a firm said that they would not excavate an anomaly to see if it contained a burial that was in a burial area.
Correct.
Using the GPR. Yet 93 of the anomalies were excavated near a burial area and no burials were found.
Oh, yeah, we should talk about that. Okay, so as I said earlier, that was incredibly upsetting and disturbing for me. It was making me sick to have to go there and watch them dig every day. And it's true, out of those 93 anomalies, they did not find any EV. But what I will say is it brought up a lot of questions about the efficacy of GPR and possibly actually even the, not necessarily the GPR itself, the, what do you call it? The GIS, I understand an engineering firm came out and did the GIS points for it. But what happened, some of the pits that were dug, so GPR measures a signature, a sound signature, right? And tells you there's something and it pinpoints where that something is. So they would dig outside of that. I can't remember how many meters, maybe it was like 1.5 meters or something.
6 feet by 6 feet.
6 feet by 6 feet around the anomaly. But what happened in many of the instances is when they would get to where the anomaly was supposed to be, there was nothing there. like zero, zilch, nothing. And there would be pohaku and tree roots in other parts outside, you know, like around the 6 feet area of the perimeter that they were digging in that did not ping the GPR machine. So it's possible that there was an issue with the machine itself, with the calibration, with the people who were using it. I don't know how well trained they were or were not. I don't know who the actual technicians were that did that. Or possibly when the GIS was done, that the coordinates were not correct, and that Atlas was actually digging in the wrong spots, which I think is probable and possible, because the spots that were supposed to have the anomalies, it's not even that it wasn't a burial, it's that it was nothing. There was literally nothing there. So something is off with the use of the technology, not necessarily the technology itself, but the way that it was used in this particular instance. So thank you for asking about that, so I could clarify.
Sure, because I mean that has been the thought all along. Everyone agrees that they would like to find some type of non-invasive technology, but you do agree then GPR is still not there yet with identifying burial signatures.
Okay, so what we have to look at is methodologies that and methods that you use in context with one another, at least according to all of the archaeologists that I've talked to. So no one method is going to give you the whole answer, but what you can do is GPR in conjunction with statistical analysis, in conjunction with magnometry, in conjunction with looking at the mo'olelo of the place and hearing the stories of the families of that area, in conjunction with looking at the context of the other TMKs that are near you, and you can predict with a certain amount. I mean, in an area like the sand dunes, where you folks already knew there was a high concentration of burials, I think with a collection of methods, you could predict where there were going to possibly or probably be burials and create a buffer zone around that and just say, don't go there. Site avoidance.
Okay, that's your opinion. Okay.
Well, it's my opinion because these are my ancestors and they're being dug up because that's not the opinion or even the law that other folks are following.
And again, the clarification is that they are not always dug up. You know, they are discovered.
They don't have to be completely displaced in order for it to be desecration. Desecration is defined by the people who are affected by it, not by the people doing the desecration. So if an iwi kūpuna is unearthed, even just a fraction, but it's been disturbed, to me, that's desecration. To many Kanaka, that's desecration because you shouldn't be working in an area when you know there's burials anyways. So desecration, it doesn't have to be the cases of the ones who were dug out with a D9 dozer. And we know there are those cases. It doesn't have to be the ones that were smashed from construction equipment.
And so
it doesn't have to be that horrific for it to hurt us.
Agreed.
Us.
Agreed. And so that's why it states in the rules.
You guys are talking one at a time and I can't understand you.
Go ahead, Noelani. I'm sorry.
I was asking if you understand that it hurts us, that it pains us when iwi are disturbed, that we feel it in our bones because that's our ancestors. And it hurts.
Yes, I completely understand. And that's why we have tried to work with the various parties over the years to try to preserve as many in place so that you folks still have that connection to that area, to that remnant sand dune, be it a remnant.
Despite the hundreds of homes that were allowed to be built and the parks that were allowed to be put in to cover up what was really there to continue to erase.
That has nothing to do with the consultants. We can say this is an area where you will find burials. We recommend you don't go there, but we do not do the permits. The archaeological firms do not own the land. They do not decide where the burials are located. Isn't
No,
that true?
but the quality of your work affects who gets to have say over what happens to them. 3%, Ms. Hazuka, 3%.
Yes. And
Well,
so
understand how that impacted the rest of the project.
So when other firms find minimal burials during an AIS, you're saying that their work is insufficient and they don't care.
If they only find 3% and then they go on to find 167 more, yes, I would say their work is failing. I would say that about any contract archeology.
Okay. We disagree again on the numbers, but any amount of burials is important.
Okay, let's just say 50% would be average.
Yes. Yeah.
If you found 50%, maybe we wouldn't be here. Well, we probably still would be because you still don't have the qualifications and Mr. Pantaleo wasn't there. So that's
okay.
Beside the point. But
so the last question has to do with Mālama Kakanilua, and I guess you referred to Uncle Les as a paid consultant, and the implication is that people cannot be paid and do a good job. What happens with the monies that Mālama Kakanilua receives, like from Maui Lani, for a settlement?
That's a very good question. We received a settlement in the Phase 9 case, which we did not ask for. The mediator came to us and said he was so appalled by what he heard. He came to us and he said, I'm going to get you guys something. And all three of us, Auntie Claire, Uncle Connie, and myself, were in that room, and we all said, we don't want money. We don't want money. No. And he said, how much have you paid your lawyers? And of course, our lawyers were working pro bono. We were selling t-shirts. We were having fundraisers with music and doing silent auctions so that we could pay Lance Collins and Bianca Isaki, who represented us. They were working pro bono. So we agreed that if anything came to us, to Mālama Kakanilua, it would be for legal fees and nothing else.
Of 90,000.
Oh, I don't think you're supposed to say.
Oh, I don't think we had did we have a thing that we weren't supposed to? Yeah. Well, anyway, sorry. Cat's out of the bag.
It was in the paper. Sorry, I read it in the paper. I didn't even know about it.
Cat's out of the bag, I guess. But I apologize if I wasn't supposed to say that. But I have been accused of taking money, and I literally did not get 1 cent. Not 1 cent. I can barely even pay my rent sometimes because I do this.
Understood.
Very little time to work. Okay. I barely fix my car.
Okay, I believe that's all the cross that we have. Paul, you have anything else? Yeah, that's all.
Can I impose on all of you for your time a little bit? I'd like to try to ask a few questions so that we can conclude at least the testimony of Ms. Ahia. Are you guys okay if we continue for 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that?
Can I take a 5-minute
break?
Of course, of course.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chang?
Yes.
Yeah, you can go, Noelani, to take your break, but what is so now this is, Noelani is our witness, so we ask her questions, and then Ash asks questions, cross-examines.
Right.
And is there one more? I mean, I'm just not sure.
Yes, you can. And normally there would. I was just anxious to try to clear up some areas and was asking if I could go ahead, if you minded if I went ahead and asked.
Not at all. Not at all.
Because I'm hoping everybody's in agreement that it would be good if we could conclude Ms. Ahia's testimony today.
I think she would probably appreciate that also.
Okay. All right, we've got a break. After the testimony too, we can go off the record. After the testimony part, if Mr. Horikawa and Ms. Apanam's Kamanu are okay, could we have a moment to talk? Maybe we could go into a breakout room to talk about it, but just how the case is going, scheduling wise, and talk about that. We have The NYU Crabtree witness tomorrow at 11. And again, I just want to keep tabs on how are we progressing in terms of our schedule.
Well, are we at 11 or are we at 9 on Dr.
We'll start tomorrow at 9. But we spoke with Dr. Crabtree about being available at 11, I think, our time.
Oh, 11 Hawaii time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was like 5 o'clock her time. Okay, so you guys want a few minutes to break, stretch?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. That's fine with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
we got to talk about that because I got to cross-examine her. But you know what? I have a refrigerator. I have a refrigerator.
Oh, okay.
You can turn a soda inside a refrigerator.
I'll just leave it this one in for tonight, but yeah, we'll talk about her because I just got a call too from the county. They're pissed off if I don't get this thing done, so I guess I'm gonna be up all night. This report that they need to get their funding
For what?
for the bike path over there in Sprecklesville.
Just let you guys know you're not on mute. So
I don't know. We did the report. We did the monitoring report. There was no findings, and SHPD comes back with this long list of revisions when there's no findings.
Just asking for a revision?
SHPD, the new guy that's there, it's okay. Mine's on mute. Okay, I'm on mute. Oh, mute.
I'm looking for Ms. Apana and Mr. Kamanu. When they join us, we can resume. Okay. Ms. Apana, are you okay to resume? Ms. Apana, Mr. Kamano, are you ready to go?
She's probably trying to unmute.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
And muted.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good now.
Okay. Thank you.
We should be on, yeah?
Are we, yeah?
Yep.
I'll try not to object to Mr. Chang.
You're going to be overruled if you object to me. Come on.
Okay.
You know, I'm sorry. I'm going to be jumping around a little bit. I'm trying to also be quick, but just trying to. There are spots where they had questions, so it may not flow very smoothly. But let me try. Ms. Ahia, does your organization have similar objections with regard to the work of other archaeological service companies?
Yes and no. And I say yes and no because there are some other firms who have some questionable work. Some of their employees used to be employees of Ash and say they were trained by her. So I don't know. It just looks like they do the same kind of not great work.
You have been suggesting that the work reflects, in your view, a relationship between Ash and its clients, where Ash has been paid off, has been bought to do the work that the developers want in the way the developers want it done. Okay, that's the suggestion that you think this is what's happening.
They do work for the developers. It's what they get paid for.
Well, no, you're suggesting more than that. You're suggesting that they're doing poor work in order to shade their reports, to find little in the AIS, and to push off the findings into the monitoring phase. Okay.
Yes.
So do you have that same suspicion with other firms?
The one that comes to mind is Aki Sonoto. They did a lot of this of work together. And I have seen similar kinds of work. I think some of those reports were brought up before
and
Pantaleo was on the stand.
Is the other side of the coin that you don't see that kind of
but I don't know him personally, and those projects were older, not so much coming before the Burial Council in the last few years.
Okay, and we've been talking about this area, Maunalani, and this is a comment really for the parties to please understand and appreciate the role that I have been put into. I am supposed to make findings of fact. And so I'm trying very hard to identify with specificity projects, because I have to make I'm hearing different views, all right? I have to make findings of what I think are the facts based upon a preponderance. It's not 100%, but the odds are, the weight of the evidence is, I conclude this is the fact. And it would be helpful to me at some point if you all would be very specific on very specific projects, so that I am accurate in my reference to projects and reports and the like. Because we've been talking about Moilani 6, Moilani 4, Moilani 5, 8, 9, Safeway project, and all of this, and I'm desperately trying to collect all that information on a project by project basis so that I can organize the information in order to make those kind of determinations. So it's a challenging task. And so to the extent you can help me with being clear about the information about as it relates to specific projects, it would help me. So that's really a plea from me to you for your assistance. Another topic I want to touch upon, you were asked about others in the community, others in the Hawaiian cultural practice community may have different ideas, may have different statements, and they see things differently. Mm-hmm. That's not unexpected, that's not unusual, but is there some kind of, is there any kind of split between the Burial Council and Mālama Kakanilua?
No, the Burial Council has been very supportive of Mālama Kakanilua and has made several motions asking for us to have consultation. In the Maui Lani Phase 6 situation, when the judge ordered that ground truthing be done, the Burial Council actually wrote their own separate letter to the judge and had it delivered to the court. We did have a Burial Council member testify on our behalf in that preliminary injunction hearing. So the Burial Council has been incredibly supportive, at least the current Burial Council. I will say this, however, though, in previous Burial Councils, the way the Burial Council is situated, there are representatives from the different moku, from the different districts on the island. And they leave room, it's written into the law that they leave room for large landowners to also sit on the Burial Council. So for several years, there was a woman who sat on the Burial Council, Leanne Pacey, and she is a top executive at Maui Lani Partners, as well as the Bill Mills Group, who was responsible for the sand mining. They made $30 million in 2016 off the sand. And so Miss Pacey was on the Burial Council for many years, and she's the only one that really there was ever any contention with any of us, but she would have to recuse herself. Oh, and now on the Burial Council, we do have Miss Iris Pe'elua. She actually works for the developer that we are in litigation with. She is now representing a large landowner, although she has to recuse herself. So we haven't had any direct conflict with Miss Pe'elua. In fact, she's been nothing but kind and gracious to us.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that background.
May I say something, Mr. Chang?
All right, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
As Noelani discussed.
You're muted. I cannot hear you.
Can't hear you now.
Now,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. As Noelani just stated that I think she referred to him as the newer council or something to that effect. Since Maui Lani has been going on for several decades, we did work very closely with the prior council and those members. So that was like we talk about in the very beginning, we were all learning together, we all worked together, and as things progressed, methods changed and everyone learned more about each other's profession. But we've been supported by the Burial Council for many years and followed their direction as well as recommendations. And the council today, when they have recommendations about, in lieu of stopping work, but if they had recommendations on what they thought were better ways to do our work, or when they had questions about our work, we would answer to them honestly.
Okay, thank you.
If I may,
yeah.
When I look through the Burial Council minutes, I see people like Keomoku Papu, who's the head of the Ahamoku and somewhat of a cultural icon on Maui, talking about the poor work that was done and how they were called inadvertents. And to this day, he will come out and stand on the sidewalk with us and hold signs And he supports us at our press conferences whenever we have a press conference, because from everything I can tell from his support of us, he believes that these the work that's being done in these dunes is not right and has been desecrating burials. So, you know, we also have some folks who were prior burial council members who were also affiliated with the development. You know, and I'm not trying to place judgment on any of those kūpuna who worked for the developers. It was a different time and they did come from a different generation. But the fact of the matter is they were also working for the developer and testified in court that they were being paid $100 an hour from the developer to do the cultural work that they were doing. And I'm not suggesting cultural people should never be paid. It's a very fine line, but I do believe there was some conflict of interest there.
And Ash has worked with Mr. Ke'iamoku Kapu before as
Yes,
well.
no,
We've consulted with him.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. The topic, I've heard different statements, and Ms. Hazuka made the statement again today about, you know, there are areas of the sand dunes that do not show burials, and there are areas that show extensive burials. And today, Ms. Ahia, your answer says, yeah, but in the areas where there are no burials, it may be because they have already been totally disturbed and altered. And one of the reasons I was asking earlier if I could get a map that showed the locations and stuff was so I could get some sense of the size of the disputed area. Because when we talk about the Isthmus of Maui, it's a huge area, and right. It's the heart of Kahului and stuff. So, you know, I don't have a sense of how big of an issue it is when we talk about all these Maulani phases. Okay, so I'm hoping the map will help me get a handle on the size of the issue. The size.
I'm sorry. No, I just wanted to say that all of Kahului and a lot of Wailuku is built on a sand dune, a remnant sand dune. So all those developments, of course, preceded monitoring and not thinking about harvesting all of the sand. You know, those were done in the early days, but the sand dune is very prevalent throughout Kahului. I think past Wakea Avenue, maybe a little bit further. So, yeah, we'll try to get you some maps so you can have a better understanding.
Okay, thank you.
If I may respond as well.
Sure.
Officer, you know, it is so important to see those maps, and we will get them to you as soon as possible, I'm sure. One of the things that the Burial Council had been asking for from both ASH and SHPD for many years, as well as Mālama Kakanilua and myself, was a map showing the trajectory of burials and asking for a count. And so as a result of all this asking and never getting an answer and never getting a map, we actually went to the county and we advocated to the county for them to hire a county archaeologist. And so the county was able to budget money to hire someone. And last June, they did hire a PhD trained archaeologist who's worked on Maui for many years. And while I didn't know her very well before this, one of the things that we wanted to see happen and that we asked the county to put in the job description was to do a cultural overlay and do a mapping project and map the burials, not for public view, but for the county to understand and for SHPD to understand, you know, when they're giving permits, the scope of what's there, because really the only ones that know the real scope are the ones who were working in there, like Ash. But because we didn't get reports and because we never got a number and a map, a complete map that looked at things in continuity, we couldn't quite even grasp the enormity of what was there. And so from what I understand from a meeting I had with the county recently, SHPD has given the county access to their data. So they have GIS points for all of the burials that have been identified. And while SHPD hasn't completed the data entry, so it's not complete, they have been able to do a basic mapping of the sand dunes. And from what I understand from the county person who saw it, it is very compelling to show the context of burials. And by context, I mean continuity. So what has happened, the way the work has been done is it's been only done by TMK, which is why it's very confusing. And the TMK's changed a lot over the years. So it is very, very confusing to know what we're talking about. But they basically cut up the TMKs into little pieces. And then the archaeology work was only done within that TMK. And so you could say there was nothing there, even though there was 50 on one side and 10 on the other. If you didn't find anything in your trenches, you could say there was nothing there and construction would proceed. But they knew that there were still burials adjacent. And so what this map that the county now has, which I haven't seen yet, but it shows that the burials, they go together. It's one long complex, one big burial ground that stretches quite a distance in the sand dunes. And, you know, there was language alluding to this in the reports and the AISs and the work that Ash did, that they know that there's high concentrations of burials. But this map gives us a visual. I don't know if that map is available or who it's available to, because it is protected and very sensitive information. But it's possible that you could request that from the county, maybe just for your eyes, so that you could, understand the scope of what we're talking about when we talk about burials in the sand dunes. And yes, there is a lot of development on them, unfortunately. And there were a lot of burials desecrated, Waiahu Terrace, the Ocean View Estates, there were a lot of burials. The whole area really is a burial ground.
Okay, now one other topic in which there's been hot dispute. Various witnesses have been asked about ASH's compliance with the policy of consulting with appropriate cultural representatives and descendants. Ash and Ms. Hazuka has been very forthright, saying they believe that they recognize that that's something that needs to be done, should be done, and they do it. And Ms. Ahia, you and others are saying they have not. They've never consulted with Mālama Kakanilua, nor with you as individuals, and that's a contested issue. Okay, I'm having people tell me effectively two different things. And so that's an example of a task that I'm going to have to address. And so one of my notes was to ask, when Ms. Ahia, you made the statement that Ash was told to consult, but they did not. I was going to ask you, well, give me the specifics.
Oh, it's in the burial council minutes that I think Auntie Claire, we had up on the screen earlier. It was May of 2018, and the burial council said that Ash should consult with Mālama Kakanilua and the Aha Moku, as well as any recognized descendants. And that never happened.
All right.
And also December of 2017, there was a request to meet with community. The burial council passed a motion to meet with community groups.
Now, is this reflective of a change, what Ms. Hazuka was just saying a moment ago about the community has learned from each other and has changed their practices over the course of time and the like, because, you know, you point out a May 2018 incident where the burial council says, hey, Ash, you got to go talk to these people. And then we have in the record that apparently since early 2019, Ash's permit was revoked or rescinded, and Ash was taken out of the position of being a permitted archeological services company, and so would not have the role and responsibility to perform. So are we dealing with something that has changed and has recently changed, such that Ash's statement that they are willing to consult with you and Mālama Kakanilua and other descendants and representatives, that's a new thing?
Well, Ash didn't say they were willing to consult with us until this hearing. The issue is that the burial council said that we should be consulted with.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So it's not like they were volunteering, and the consultation never did happen. And like I mentioned before, there were communications where Ms. Hazuka said that she didn't have to consult with us because we weren't recognized descendants, or that there was no recognized descendants, and that therefore there was no one to consult with.
Okay, but now
the burial council also asked in 2017.
Oh, okay, but we're talking again about some very recent events. All right, the group of people who have now become recognized descendants was only in the beginning part of what, 2019, was it? So now, well, let me ask the question this way: if Ash were to continue to be able to get services permit, it's a two-way question. Mālama Kakanilua and Ms. Apana, Mr. Kamaunu, you and your colleagues want to be consulted by Ash, are willing to talk with Ash, is one side of the coin. And Ms. Hazuka, I think you have said Ash is certainly willing to consult with that. I mean, is that true going forward?
Yes, and recall, and I stated, and even Connie Loa alluded to it too, that it's been very contentious in the past. And I did try several times to consult with them. And every time we had a discussion, the exact opposite of what we discussed came out of
I don't think this is healthy. Right now, Miss Hazuka is saying something that's not true. So I don't think this forum. I would love to make it work, but
okay.
Unless you want to allow this this kind of interaction.
Well, no,
I'm not going to sit here and allow
Miss
Ahia, who's on the witness stand, and have Miss Hazuka start talking and tell things that are not true.
Yeah, no. That's my doing, and
yeah.
I appreciate your objection.
May I say something?
Go ahead.
Thank you. You know, when we were on a break, Ms. Hazuka's microphone was not muted, and so I'm assuming this is going to be found on the YouTube video if you go back and watch it. But she was talking to somebody about a project where they had no findings, and she was complaining that SHPD was putting new standards or new regulations on the work going forward. And she said, she made a comment about it being the new guy at SHPD. And it just sort of seemed to contradict everything that we've been talking about thus far for however 5 days, 4 days, however many days that this contested case has occurred. Because the whole point of contention is that you can say there's nothing found in an AIS, and then you can find 97% more when you start doing construction. And she was rolling her eyes and being very derogatory about the new SHPD person who was trying to put new regulations. And so it's, you know, my opinion is that that was completely inappropriate, especially in this context. And it just goes to her character, and it goes to her ethics and her ability to actually change her own consciousness, because you can go back and watch the tape later. It should be recorded.
No,
she wasn't on.
Okay, but I should be allowed to speak to that, because we were talking about a monitoring report and that we were under the gun on for federal funding. And there was no findings in the monitoring report, but SHPV had several comments. And there's new people at SHPV reviewing. They review differently. They're very good. We've talked with Susan about it. They're very good, but their reviews are different than what we've received in the past. And because we were under the gun, we were disconcerted that we received so many comments for a report with no findings.
But I thought that you weren't working right now. So what report are you talking about? Because your company is not active. So are you working?
Exactly. I'm helping. I'm helping another firm with a project we started back in 2013.
Okay, can I make a comment?
Okay.
We were talking about, the non-findings, and there's a misnorm also. See, a person can go and, say if you take, when Public Works takes a look at the job that's going to be done, or the planning department, they're looking at only what they see today. Okay, they only take in consideration what the ground level is today. They don't take into consideration what was already taken in the past. So, a lot of that is not put into the mathematics, into how they do their adjusting as far as whether a person can get another permit. So, like, take for instance the bakery. They already had dug down. They were because they're making their for their new building, and things were found. And there was actually in 1996, I think, there was a mound that they were told was to be left in place because it was not monitored. It wasn't monitored by any archaeologists, and before it could be moved, it needed to be done. And lo and behold, about 2 years ago, all of a sudden they start moving stuff around, and the planning department didn't take into consideration what SHPD had already put down in 1996. And they only took what was the grading that was done was at the time. And so every year you can go back and you can do an acre every year, and then go back, wait another year, and come back for another permit for another, or you don't even have to have a permit. You do another acre, and so forth and so forth. And it's, there's a lot of problems with the way that they do, not only in archaeology, but even in the planning department and public works and how they give their permit. But then, so there's a lot of problems. And what we're trying to do here is to solve those problems. Why we're coming forward is to be able to hopefully, like you said, make a change. Okay. Because like Lisa referred to, these guys do it differently. And it's because we interact in this situation that these things have changed.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that comment that raises, and I want to try to bring this to some conclusion, because part of the dynamics here is that it's a very big issue and a very big problem that involves a lot of components, and the hearing is really only focused on a fairly significant, small portion of it. So I want to understand the issues and concerns and problems, but the decision is really only going to address a small angle of it. So it's good that we have that perspective and appreciate it. and stuff as we go forward. I'd like to see if we can conclude Ms. Ahia's questioning. I thank you for the answers. Ms. Apana, you had wanted to do cross-examination. I don't want to impose too much further on you. And Jessica, you've been working very hard. I don't want to dissuade you from coming back tomorrow. So where are we? Are we able to conclude with Ms. Ahia so we can free her to do other things tomorrow?
We were done.
Have you concluded?
I'm Pao. Yeah.
Questions?
Yes.
Those were all the questions you wanted. Did actually Ms. Ahia get to answer the questions?
I thought so.
Yep.
There were several, but you know, at the end of the day, the consultation was a problem, but that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem are the facts surrounding the poor work because she's not qualified, and Jeffrey Pantaleo was there. So a 3% fine, and then oops, it's 170 is unacceptable. And because this is a pattern that has repeated in different projects, and she has been the primary person who has worked in the sand dunes over the course of the last 2 decades, it feels pertinent to keep her from continuing to do that poor work. So unless she has a primary investigator who's on site and readily available and doing the work, unless her company has that, I don't think that she should be allowed to continue the work. It's been too much for too long. It's too late. Too much damage has been done. Irreparable harm has been done. But I just want to say to Ms. Hazuka, woman to woman, if the tables were turned and these were your ancestors that were being threatened to be desecrated, I would protect them. I would do the same thing for your ancestors. I would put my body in front of a bulldozer because iwi kūpuna are important.
I agree, they're important. Absolutely.
Great, thank you. Thank you, everyone. So are we concluded with Ms. Hia?
Yes. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Ahia. Appreciate all your time today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think let's conclude the hearing for today. And if I could impose further on Ms. Apana, Mr. Kamaunu, and Mr. Horikawa, I just want to have a brief discussion in private as to the progress and mechanics of the hearing. Okay. You want to go into the private room to talk about it?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
We're off the record.
Yes,
Officer
we're off the
Chang
record.
and everyone, and Ms. Hazuka and Mr. Horikawa.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Perry and Auntie and Uncle.
Okay, thanks. I'm gonna